And now the verbal exchanges are done, and the truth will be in the ring. David Adeleye and Jamie TKV, they've sparred so much in the past. Now they lock horns where it really matters. And as Darren was saying, the British heavyweight title on the line. Famous, venerable old belt, the Lonsdale Gold. They want to get hold of the two of them. TKV will be looking for a fast start behind that jab, and he's got to be careful of Adelaye's power early.
Yeah, Adelaide can really whack 12 KOs on his record, but temperament is going to be so important here. They're going to have to listen to their team. They're going to have to control the way they're feeling. Bad blood, obviously, going into this contest, so get the feints going at the knife from TKV, get the jab popping out, then the right hand will follow. Both can fight, both can box. Lots of pedigree between the two of them.
Ron Kearney, the referee, already involved. We saw John Latham just letting the super lightweights get on with it earlier, but these two heavyweights, they know each other so well, Barry. How much of a factor is that?
It will be, because some of your good habits or your bad habits have been exposed before, so you can train for that and work off that. But TKV, he dips low and throws a jab from a crouch, which works for him, and it gets him sliding the distance quite effectively. Because Adelaide, even though he likes to walk you down, he likes you to throw first. So if TKV don't get that first jab correct, then he's a sitting duck. He's just a target for Adelaide to explode onto. So he has to be aggressive, but he has to get it right.
Crafty with that right hand as well, TKV. We've yet to see it yet, but he really slings it in wide. Usually gets around the guard of his opponents, but Adelaide, I think there's a bit more accuracy in his shots. He's a bit more well-schooled, I'd say. Sharper.
There's a jab from TKV, who's got the weight advantage in there, but Adelaide more experience and tries to get the uppercut going. Adam Booth in that blue corner of David Adelaide, giving him some instructions and a round of applause. You've got Barry Smith and Ben Davidson in the red corner. It's quality all around the ring. What will we get inside it?
You can see Adelaide just waiting to make the TKV to make that mistake.
Yeah, it was nice that he slipped inside it. I think it grazed the target, that left uppercut, but I like the way he's thinking, Adelaide. He's looking to come over that jab, whether it be on the outside or inside.
Just need to throw his jab of his own there, Adelaide. Just trying to force TKV to explode. And TKV just got to stay low. Got to slide into the distance from as a smaller target.
Yep, told off there. No rabbit punches, back of the head. Keep it nice and clean. Not been a great deal in this opening round. Just trying to get set, the pair of them.
I'll put a bit of Joe on my eyes. Huh? Joe.
Legs are awful. Legs are terrible. So this time, don't let him touch anything when he looks for that jab. Keep taking that distance. Just like you're vulnerable to expose that step and then take it. All right? I want to set that with that leg.
But there is Adam Boone in David Adelaide's corner. A wise and excellent trainer, of course, guided David Hay to world heavyweight glory. And Adeleye with a really positive and smart trainer in his corner. But the red corner and the team of Ben Davidson and Barry Smith are well, red hot as well. It's fantastic to see, and wonder what the tactics are. They just know each other, these two, and they're negating well, rhythm really at the beginning.
Yeah, that's exactly what we see in that opening round, and I think that that's where the lead hand, the jab's so important. Everything will follow. I've said it time and time again. But I also believe in this current age of the heavyweight division, tempo and work rate is important. You can't be lazy, you can't be sloppy. And I think a bit more urgency. Look, it's still early, but I'd like to see someone grab hold of the pace of this contest.
You've just seen the brute influence there from Adelaide, just a little twitch of the shoulders. He trains his fights with a little low left hand to encourage you to come forward, and then to a little twitch and explode into a combination or a heavy shot. And that's obviously if you go to the Solomon Dacre so impressively, using that for the faster twitchy movements that Booth instills into his fighters.
I was just about to say that, Barry, coming off that really good win, that blowout of Solomon Dacres, who was undefeated at the time, and TKV, a different sort of win last time out against Michael Webster. Had a few troubles, but came through in 9 rounds. Hasn't always shown TKV, but he's been difficult to budge, difficult to shift. He's a very solid heavyweight. He's trying to get that jab going now.
But again, he's dipping his legs before he throws it, and that's important there, because that sort of just makes it harder there for Adelaide to really commit to that right hand. He has to chop down with it, but you lose a little bit of accuracy when you punch down.
He's got to keep doing what he just done there as well. Look, the variation with the lead hand. He's shooting it from the hip, but he's dropping it to the body. You get a little reaction with the hands dropping. Then you can look at that right hand over the top.
That chopping right hand from TKV. Quite get his jab going here, David Adeleye, at the moment. And it's been messy too, first couple of rounds.
It's really throw that right hand of his, Adelaide, with any real meaning, has he? Yeah, that's better.
Yep, first right hand really from Adelaide. Tries to whip in an uppercut. It just missed TKV, but that looked a hurtful punch.
Yeah, it tried to explode with the left hook as well. And even though those little twitchy movements are really impressive, and you can get real torque into your shots and acceleration of pace, for the big guy to do that constantly, he's going to tire the tank.
I think he stopped him from throwing the right hand, TKV, because how quick he is on the feet. I think he realises that if he throws the right hand and he misses, he's vulnerable.
A nice movement from TKV. Again, out of range with that jab, but not with the left hand there. Adelaide with a right as well. And a power shot at the end of the second round.
More jabs in the face, more face, then going in between. They start bringing the right hand in. Relax, yeah? You've got to maintain it, Jamie, yeah?
The only time he can build momentum off his jab, and look like he tries all this, is when you lose the initiative with your jab and feint. So body up jab, mix it up and down, every now and then, off that jab of the body, sink the right hand in, yeah?
If he's got the power shot, you can have more jabs in the face, yeah? And face on it. That's breaking his time, he doesn't know when to go. You must stick to it, be disciplined, yeah?
He doesn't get in his face, guys, he's trying to climb.
10 seconds, it's working.
Seconds out. Round 3.
The wonderful new Co-op Arena here in Manchester. What a fight city, but it's a battle of the Londoners. From Ladbroke Grove, West London, it's David Adeleye, and from Tottenham, it's Jamie TKV. Have you enjoyed the spicy build-up to this one?
Do you know what? I didn't expect it. When they knew each other, I thought it'd be respectful. Always felt that, you know, they'd give it everything in the ring. We're yet to really see this fight catch fire. But yeah, it took me by surprise, really. And I would say it wasn't made up. I could see the TKV look wound up with Adelaide when he threw that table.
Just wasting a shot there, Adelaide. A little bit blind with it. He had the idea of what he wanted to do, but didn't really look at the target.
It was a big swing and a miss, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just think that little tip of the legs there of TKV is really working for him right now.
And the jab, lovely sharp jab. The variation is keeping Adelaide thinking, guessing.
Well, Adelaide's just going to let his hands go a little bit, that's all. We'll double up that jab if he can.
He's doing the hard thing. Those lovely slips on the inside and the outside, that's where you let your hand go.
See, he's just standing too tall when he throws that left hook there, Adelaide. So he's only a second off. Ready for that.
He can't do that. Just Just a bit of frustration from Adelaide. Trying to clean it up, but TKV good with the jab. Maybe better on his feet. Adam Boone was telling David Adelaide that his feet are terrible, TKV, but he's boxing okay here.
I don't think his feet are bad at all, actually. You know, he glides in and out quite well.
You were saying it earlier, Barry, off mic, off camera, about that jab, the way he brings it up.
Yeah, he gets low and it makes it harder to hit him clean, and then he throws it upwards and it makes it hard to defend against those jabs that come through the middle. Little feint there from TKV as well, just trying to force Adelaide back a little bit. Adelaide off the ropes, you know he's dangerous off the ropes as well with that right hand. We're just waiting a little bit too long for my liking here, Adelaide.
Playing possum here in the neutral corner, David Adelaide, but not doing anything. TKV working harder.
But he dips the shoulders as he throw that left hook, but then he just comes too tall when he lets it go, and that's why he's either going over the top or just slowing down a little bit. You've got to stay low when you throw and then extend at the very end of the shot.
He doesn't look, I like what he does when he slips inside and throws the left to the body, but I think as this jab keeps popping out from TKV, take the little head movement to the left as if you're going to throw the left to the body, but sling the right hand over the jab. Surprise TKV. Another lovely jab, though, from the North Londoner.
Yep, won this round well here, TKV. Adelaide's just not throwing enough here.
Yeah, I was going to say that he's won it by not doing loads himself, my TKV. Just a little bit smarter with his work. Lovely jab there. Again, the foot and the hand working together in unison, just stepping in with the jab.
Yeah, smart game plan so far for Jamie TKV. Battle of the heavyweights, co-main event, and then this one, Filip Hrgovic. Tall, terrific power, really good heavyweight who came through and then was upset by Daniel Dubois. He was favourite to win that fight, but he just sort of folded and Dubois came on strong, didn't he? Brilliant win for Dubois. Yep, look who's in his corner, Darren.
Yeah. Mr. Sanchez knows his boxing inside out. Guided Golovkin, didn't he, all the way? And this is a must-win for Filip Hrgovic, must-win for Joe Joyce. An awful lot on the line.
Yep, Abel Sanchez, part of the Golovkin team for many years, and many other world champions under his belt. Was with Ronnie Shields. Hrgovic had a little move. Will that pay off against Joe Joyce? A little bit later, first British heavyweight title action, and a belt on the line here, a vacant one. The 28-year-old in the green with a long pink socks, David Adelaide, in with Jamie TKV, who's 31, 3 years older, not as much professional experience, but he's winning this so far.
Yeah, and I'd keep doing what you're doing. If I'm honest, he's frustrating Adelaide. We see, you know, in the last round where he's hitting when the referee said break, just keep moving. It's down to Adelaide now to nullify this footwork. Bring your feet in, go again, a step.
But he knows he has the power, Adelaide. That's so. In this weight division more than any other, you can afford to wait for the right time to let your hands go. But just gotta be a little bit careful. That's all. You don't wait too long.
To quote you, Barry, the arrogance of a puncher.
Yeah, like I know. I had it as well.
You did in the first round against Acelino Freitas, but not for long, Barry.
Not for long, mate.
Into the fourth here, TKV. He's got 5 knockouts in his 8 wins, just 1 defeat. That was on cuts. So really, both of them deserve this opportunity. And so many top heavyweights watching on. You look over there with Frank and George Warren, flanked by Daniel Dubois, Moses Ituma, Dillian White, Fabio Wardley. Great stable, great times.
Yeah, and what that presents is opportunity. And a win is so important. Just missing with the right hand, both of them there. Oh, the left hook.
And tries the right hand over the top as well. And TKV with a nod to say, OK, come on then.
Better from Adelaide. Still getting too tall with it, though. He got a little bit smaller there with the tap. Stayed a little bit lower. Some more accuracy in that left hook. But you got to get his jab into play here. He does like to be reacting and real counter punch, even when he's walking forward. But it's not working for him right now.
Yeah, the short punches from Adelaide.
Coming in with that edge.
Can't quite execute them. Just looks at Adam Booth there in the blue corner. Yeah, where is that jab, Darren?
Well, look, you mentioned Adam Booth there. If you were to ask either corner, ask me whose corner would be happier, I would say TKV for sure. You know, he's stopping Adelaide from working with this footwork, the jab. Just a little lazy Adelaide. I see him just roll the dice. And look, it is still early, but so much power in that right hand at them, but yet to really let it go.
They just got a jab going for the first real time there. David Adelaide, one back from TKV. Not much in these rounds, but I'll tell you who's around, and it's our man Charlie Parsons. Out and about, Charlie.
And Ryan is drinking a beer. Ryan is on his phone. How are we, Geese? I've been told to come and have a conversation with you, which means you're very important.
Excellent. What made you say that?
I just get the vibe. The way you drink your beer, you look like an important man. We're in here for the boxing tonight.
Yeah.
Looking forward to a good night of action?
100%. 100%. I don't know who I want to win, to be honest. I think Joe Joyce, but I prefer an underdog, so we'll see.
What's going on in the day in the life for you? You're enjoying boxing.
Yeah.
What's this week entailed for you, my friend?
This week, I mean, I've been filming with a guy named Stephen Trice. That's the man I work for. Just been making some sick sketches. Yeah.
6 sketches. All right, my friend, have a good night at the boxing and enjoy many a beer this evening. Good man, thank you very much.
Ryan Locke, good to hear from him, and Charlie Parsons, great to hear from him as ever. Infectious to be around, Charlie. As are you, Darren and Barry.
Ah, stop it. I'll give you that £20 later, Ad.
We need a little bit more action, don't we, in this, to be fair?
Yeah, it hasn't been the great. But you get this with heavyweights sometimes, though. Sometimes they're not as accurate, and because there is a fear of taking a big shot and going to sleep, then you don't want to take too many risks. But it's TKV's winning the rounds, I feel. So it's on Adelaide to really make the play here, and he has it in the locker.
He certainly does have that power. If he can detonate, and he tried there with the left hook. He's promised a knockout, and he's promised a spectacular one. And he's going for it now, just starting to put more venom into his punches, planting those feet, gripping into the canvas. And TKV's got to be a little bit careful here.
He's short on the arc on that left hook there, Adelaide. That's why he was landing on target. But still, don't slow down now. Keep pushing the pressure on. You come up with a bit more intent.
Yeah, the pressure was better at the start of this 5th round. Keep it going. Put the right hand on the end of that left hook.
See how few punches Adelaide has landed in this, and TKV much busier. But the power shots with Adelaide, we know that. TKV boxing well, just got to keep sensible and keep him at distance, really, doesn't he?
Well, I'll tell you what, through 4 rounds, you would have expected Adelaide to have thrown more than 9 power shots. There's another one there. That's better with the right hand.
Took it well, though, TKV, and then used the ropes there just to lean back and take the sting out of the shot. What he's doing well, Adelaide, TKV, he's just throwing that jab, and he's not doing any work after. He's getting close to the target, not allowing Adelaide to work.
Big goal for there from David Adelaide. Well, through a couple of those combinations, and good work with the jab again from TKV.
Good little steps back there as well from TKV.
Maybe just one too many there, but like to see him just take a step to his left or right. I don't want to be going back in straight lines, but it certainly is frustrating, Adelaide.
Could have stopped Adelaide from working. Yeah, you're right there, Darren.
He was here really early tonight, TKV. Very chilled out. Backstage, he's that sort of a character. Lovely guy to be around. Adeleye as well with that big smile. There's something that Frank Warren can do with these guys. Who's going to prevail and become the British champion? It's a huge opportunity on this big show.
A lot of confidence oozing from TKV at the minute. Nice ribbon with the jab, little skip in his step.
I tell you what, he's blaming TKV there, but the forearm of Adelaide is constantly in the face there of TKV all the time. Again there, it's on the blind side of the referee, but...
Get that head out! Keep the head out! Books!
That jab's been a real weapon tonight, TKB. It's an unusual jab for a heavyweight, but it's been effective. Ron Kearney with a lot of work to do, the referee. Sticks his tongue out, TKB, into the blue corner.
Nice deep breath,
Okay. His head was blinding me. On his body, Adam. His head up.
Stay calm, you're fine. You can handle this pressure. You can hear Adam, you're fine.
Yeah, Adam Boone not happy there. Maybe used to the shoulder from TKB.
Nothing's wrong here. He don't know what's going on. He don't know what's going on. He's fighting on everything.
Consistency.
He doesn't know what's going on. Well, seems a lot calmer in that corner.
Yeah, he does. And I'm not sure if it was Adelaide indicating that there's some grease or something on the body of TKB, and it's making him... Yeah, I'm not too sure what it was that he was... Oh, what a punch from David Adeleye! And there is the power. Can he get up from that? TKB looks at his corner. Can he fight on? Oh, the legs are gone. He doesn't really know where he is here. TKB, he's getting a little bit of extra time, but David Adeleye could be on the verge of the brutal knockout. He promised. It's all Adeleye now. Left hand, TKB down for the second time. And he's again looking at his corner. The count's at 5. The eyes are in orbit. The legs are not there. The fight's going to be stopped here, I think. Can he go on? No. David Adeleye becomes the British heavyweight champion. And after being outboxed, the boys called it. The power he has can be detonated.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 55 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Ron Kearney, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, and now the British heavyweight champion, Big D, David Adeleye.
Time to go to war, potentially for the last time, as Chisora faces a southpaw for the first time since 2000. And Rich, it's a small ring, 18 foot. We understand that is what the Chisora camp wanted. Does that intimate the kind of fight that Chisora wants to fight tonight?
No, certainly. I mean, I've listened to a lot of people before this contest saying that Wallin is all wrong for Chisora. And he is if you let him box in a certain way. And Chisora quite rightly knows what he's got to do. He's got to get up close, rough it up, make it really, really nasty and dirty on the inside. That's the way he's got to do things against this fella. You know, Wallin is a 6'5.5" southpaw. If you let him get into a rhythm and behind his jab and hold the centre of the ring, then it's going to be an easy night for Wallin. That's why Chisora has got to upset his rhythm, get on his chest. He knows what he's got to do. But the main thing, Paul, in my opinion, what he's got to try and do is avoid punches as he's coming forward. A little bit of head movement. If he can do that and then come back with counters, and just be a big problem for Wallin. But by doing that, he's going to take a lot of risks. That's why it's so important to try and avoid the shots as he's coming forward.
And how willing will Wallin be to take the risk to turn his career tonight back into a good direction? He's always had the talent. There have been questions over the years about his true desire compared to the determination of people like Chisora. Nobody has ever said that Chisora belongs among the elite in terms of his technique, his overall athletic ability, but sheer determination can take a man a long, long way, and it's taken him into fight 49 tonight. Richie, the enticing prospect of a major world title fight, potentially, in fight 50 if it goes well.
Yeah, indeed. He's one of the toughest guys in the sport, no question, Derek Chisora. But for Wallin, the left uppercut could be a major shot here, Paul, in this contest if he whips that through the middle. That's why you see Chisora occasionally just do the cross guard. Both his arms come across his chest, and that's literally to stop that left uppercut, because that could be a major shot for Wallin, especially if he sets it up behind his lead hand. So they both know what they've got to do. And it's not been a bad start from Chisora. There's obviously got to get up to Wallin and cause him problems on the inside.
He's had one or two little glimpses of the target, Richie, and I don't think Wallin truly believed that he could throw a hurtful left hook early on. Chisora pours it on, as he promised that he would do, right from the very first second of this fight. I am not going to let this kid settle.
Yep, exactly, Paul. So true to his word, on that front foot, he's taking it to Wallin. And that's what he's got to do, make it as messy and as nasty on the inside as possible.
All the pressure early on from Chisora.
Okay, pay attention. One deep breath, hold. Now relax. Beautiful first round, it's yours. When you're southpaw, double up that jab a little bit. Slow breathing, will come down. Put some water.
Alex Dimitriadis leading in the corner.
Listen, control the breathing. Get back to your box. That's a beautiful first round. Listen, you've got to get the body a little bit more, and then you're going to find the hook to the head, okay? The double jab southpaw is what I want, not a single. You'll find that jump hook as well. There. He's not doing it.
Alexis Dimitriadis and Russ Amber, the veteran, on the outside of the ropes, on cuts tonight. Solid start from Chisora against Otto Wallin, who has looked tentative for me.
Yeah, too tentative. It was a decent round for Chisora. You've got to reward him for that front foot pressure. I don't think there was a lot coming back from Wallin. But Wallin now sensibly he's keeping a tight guard and then just trying a peekaboo style and then just trying to catch Chisora with the odd shot here and there. That's why I think the left uppercut could play a major role for Wallin if he gets that into play. But for him, he's got to stay off the ropes, got to stay at the corners, boxing ring space. That will make it more difficult for Derek Chisora to close him down and keep his movement circular as regards to going back. That's what Wallin's got to do. See in that corner, see, he's just switched off there, and that's better now from Chisora. But he's got to make it pay, Paul. When you get him on those ropes, then let the punches go and try and find the target, especially downstairs. There you go.
And we've got north of 18 stone, 18 and a half stone in this case, Chisora tonight. One of his heaviest ever weights, but he carries his weight magnificently, and I think it's underestimated, Richie, the kind of shape he has always kept himself in. And I think back to the Carlos Takam fight as an example, when he took an unbelievable amount of punishment, but Takam could not finish him off.
Yeah, and he came back, didn't he, and finished Takam off. An incredible performance. But Paul, I think, you know, he's learned from that second Tyson Fury fight. If you remember Tyson Fury, you know, he's a switch hitter and he fought as a southpaw for most of that contest. That was way back in 2014, and he just couldn't get near Tyson because he was sitting back far too much, and Tyson just controlled things. But Tyson is exceptional, and we know that. But he's learned from that contest. He's going forward. He's doing the right tactics here, but I just want to see him avoid the shots on his way forward, Paul.
In that sense, he has improved throughout his career, making the most, the very most of his ability. I'm not sure we can say the same about Wallin. Wallin has it all to prove tonight. Didn't seem to be the belief that he could deal with Anthony Joshua, having come so close to creating a sensation against Tyson Fury.
At this stage as well, Paul, there doesn't seem to be a lot of belief in Wallin at the moment either. Maybe he's just trying to weather the storm a little bit. But again, there's not a lot landing by both boxers, but you've got to give credit to Chisora here. He's on that front foot, he's forcing the contest. Not a lot coming back from Wallin. He's trying to control the pace and distance and keeping the guard nice and high. But again, for me, Chisora's he's won this round.
Swarming all over his man like a hungry bear. 2 rounds in. Back, everybody. Leading Team Wallin tonight, Joey Gamache, former world super feather and lightweight champion. Chisora has come out, all guns blazing once more tonight. Into the third we go. They seem very composed, like it was all to a well-ordered game plan, this from Wallin. In that inter-round, Richie.
Yeah,
they're good actors.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe they've expected this type of start from Chisora, but for me, there's not a lot been in the rounds. But I just think you've got to give Chisora credit for that front foot pressure that he's doing, and there hasn't been a lot coming back from Wallin. That's a couple of good shots from him, and there's Chisora then coming back. But again, once Wallin just starts to control the distance with the jab, and then the left hook go through the middle, it could be totally different. I think Chisora's saying, well, he's holding the back of my head.
There's not a lot of people who can actually get away with the demonstration of that during the fight, though, are there?
See, so it's you can see the approach from Chisora with that cross guard. He's trying to stop anything that comes up through the middle.
He actually grabbed Wallin in a friendly headlock, and it was a friendly headlock during the weigh-in yesterday.
Yeah.
We don't never take for granted that it's going to be friendly and good-natured with Chisora. We've all seen enough over the years on his best behaviour in that sense. Fighting to his plan. The first southpaw that he's met since Alexander Usyk in 2000. But again, I say it, Chisora, all these massive fights that he's had against, quotes, better men, when he's ended up on the end of a defeat, there's something about him, he takes positives from it, Richie. He rebuilds. The big right hand, and I think Bakele's felt one or two of those.
Yeah.
Building and building the pressure. Wallin is not offering enough, surely, here.
Oh, good shot.
That was probably the best of the lot so far, Richie, but there may be more coming Wallin's way. It's a tentative showing so far from Wallin. Chisora's able to set up every single attack in his own good time. Here he comes again with this Manchester crowd roaring him on.
Yeah, again, the tip-taps from Wallin aren't enough for me here. Chisora's landed that one good significant shot, not a lot in the round at all, but again, he's coming forward. That's not a bad shot from Wallin, but for me, Chisora again.
Your jab hooks are going to come off your jab, you understand? But give me that straight to the body a little bit.
Not a lot to concern them in that corner, I don't think, so far. This is the evidence of it. The right hand is finding the target almost at will here, Richie.
Yeah, good right hand over the top there from Chisora. Landed it a couple of times. Not a lot coming back from Wallin, again, who's on that back foot trying to control the pace. But again, Chisora, for me, just got the round.
So into round 4 we go. Wallin trying to edge toward the centre of the ring. Chisora back orthodox. And on the switch again. He's boxing at the moment, Chisora, like he has totally got Wallin's number. And I know it could be a long fight, and I know there's many a twist. And I've always thought that Wallin had ability, so he's not to be overlooked, but he's not putting on a show while Chisora gets down to work.
What Chisora may have done here, Paul, he might have felt a couple of shots from Wallin and knows that he can probably take them. He's got confidence as he's coming forward. Doesn't really respect the power, I think, of Otto Wallin. We know Wallin's a very accomplished boxer indeed. But yes, he may lack a little bit of power, and Derek Chisora's taken advantage of that. He's very confident going forward. He's prepared to take a shot, to actually land one here. Derek Chisora, that's the way he's boxing.
They were both happy. I think it was a real telltale sign of what was to come. When this fight was made, they were both delighted about it. There was no sense that's a trappy opponent for me. Wallin tried to tell everybody, listen, I really don't like Chisora and I'm going to make him pay, but I'm not sure many truly believed him. Chisora almost lost his balance there, but it wasn't because of a big shot by Wallin, who continues to show not enough.
Well, he's boxing in the wrong areas, Wallin is, and that, you know, his corner have got to say, you've got to box in ring space against this type of guy and move around the opponent rather than moving back to the ropes and the corners all the time. He's boxing very negatively on the back foot. He's not doing enough, and the tip and tapping trying to keep Chisora at bay, for me, isn't enough. The judges might see it differently, but Chisora again on that front foot, forcing the pressure and the pace, and you know, he's having the better of it.
And yet again, Richie, Derek Chisora has opened a big 12-round heavyweight title fight, or in this case, a title eliminator, giving the public what it wants to see. Full commitment, determination in bucket loads, that dogged will to win, whatever is put in front of him. Wallin again looking under pressure. Sharp right hand on the inside from Chisora, then the uppercut. Wallin's not stopping many of these.
Yeah, Chisora's boxing where he wants to box, isn't he? Hand, like you said, head on the chest there, and just whipping a couple of shots on the inside. Clever boxing, holding him occasionally and then whipping one through. You know, the referee's not saying anything, so that, you know, he's getting away with it there. But nevertheless, clever boxing on the inside from Derek Chisora.
Wallin could do again and off the rope. He was slow. Welcome back, everybody. Joe Joyce, future uncertain in the heavyweight division. A watching brief for him tonight. Many other of the emerging heavyweights and one or two of the superstars in attendance. And many other major figures from boxing's history, including the immortal Roberto Duran. Here to see one of his own. A kindred spirit, perhaps, in many senses. Every round so far on repeat, Richie. Chisora walking Wallin down. Wallin not throwing enough. Chisora two-handed and pretty accurate. That's the one thing that's catching my eye the most tonight, so far.
Yeah, I don't think Wallin's done enough to win a round up to now, to be quite honest. I think Chisora, you know, that front foot pressure, I think he's boxed the way he should. It hasn't been pretty, but he knows he's got to get close to his man, and he's backed him up onto the ropes and into the corners, and has had a bit of success here and there, but Wallin's done very little. That's where he should be boxing from, but he's not doing enough. He's not throwing enough jabs. He's not keeping his man at bay. And although it's a bit scrappy here and there, but Wallin, for me, no, he's been a bit too negative.
So much for the problem with the southpaw. 2020 against Alexander Usyk, his last outing against a southpaw. Chisora with no problems so far, working out how Wallin is trying to do it. The jab from Wallin carries no threat whatsoever. That right hand flicked off the top of the head. Wallin didn't take it particularly well, though, and sometimes they can be damaging shots. That's a more solid right hand from Chisora, who cannot miss.
Yeah, just chin down, isn't he, and just whipping them over. Wallin failing to keep Chisora at bay. Hasn't brought the left uppercut through like we thought he might. Can't keep him at bay with this jab. The jab's too soft. And Jerry Chisora is just walking forward, prepared to take that jab and then whipping that right hand over. And he can't miss with it in this round.
And not rushing it either. I guess that's another advantage of all the years of experience. A very focused Chisora, as if tonight, above all other occasions, any of the distractions, any of the outbursts of emotion beforehand, that they do not play on the performance level. It was a sharper left hand from Wallin at last. But if the train keeps on chugging forward like this, Wallin's going to need something different, Richie, I think.
Yeah, it's just a lack of concentration from Wallin also. Earlier he just had Chisora in the centre of the ring and was boxing well. Then he gets taken back to the corner onto the ropes and Chisora's back in control again.
There's a little cut. Right eye of Chisora, we think. Chisora onto his toes. One or two little twists in the plot, but overall, Steve Bunce, to you, how are you seeing it, Steve? That's where we think the eye damage was done. There are actually two cuts, one over the eye and one underneath it. It's very clear as we look at the scoreboard that Wallin has it all to do already. And one of the best in the business, incidentally, Russ Anber on cuts duty for Chisora tonight. Unperturbed, Chisora back to work. As we head toward the 6th and halfway point in this fight, the 12-round eliminator for the IBF heavyweight crown to be fought for between Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker. What a contest in prospect in just a couple of weeks. At this moment, Chisora is set to be guest of honour out there again, I reckon, Richie.
Yeah, the blood is starting to affect his eye now. It's running into the eyeball, so he's got to watch that. And the referee will have to take a look at that pretty shortly if that blood continues to just pour into Derek Chisora's eye. But nevertheless, Chisora, you can see the confidence in Chisora. He's actually boxing as a southpaw himself now. He's got to watch that left hand that he walks onto a shot with that left-hander of Wallin. But Wallin now just gaining and growing in confidence behind his jab, and that's because I think Chisora's just slowed his feet down a little bit. He eyes the referee. He's going to have a look.
It would be the cruelest of cuts if Chisora would be ruled out by this tonight. John Latham takes him to the neutral corner. The blood is running freely. He has boxed so freely tonight. There would be a bitter irony in this when Chisora has been on top of his game so much here. It doesn't look good.
No, that's an awful cut, isn't it? Because it's running into the eye, so they've really got to watch what they're doing here, and it's a big call, but they're happy.
On we go.
He's got to stay orthodox now, Paul. If he goes southpaw, then he risks walking onto that left hand of Wallin. So keep that right eye furthest away from that shot. Well, here he goes, Derek Chisora trying to close the gap down.
Does Wallin now see this as his moment of opportunity? The door has opened for him. Even now, does he have what it takes to walk through it?
That's a nice little short left hand from Wallin there. Just measured with the jab and then whipped it through. Let's give him a little bit of confidence, although he's still on that back foot. Chisora bravely still coming forward.
If there's anybody who'd be undeterred by a turn of events like this, it is Chisora. He's handed Wallin an absolute boxing lesson for the first half of this fight tonight. Little bit of breathing space at times in the round.
And it's just breathed a little bit of confidence into Wallin's work, hasn't it? You can see now a little bit more authority with that jab. And he's just trying to catch Derek Chisora as he comes forward. But Del Boy again tries to land that big shot.
All the experience comes in rather handy in a situation like this. Message very clear from Dimitriadis. Don't give him the opportunity to open the cut up more. On the cut, we have it confirmed now, incidentally, that the referee John Latham did indicate accidental, the cut as a result of a clash of heads. So in theory, Richie, it would go to the scorecards.
And he's ahead for me. I give Wallin that
surely
last
well
round.
ahead, but they haven't said that to him. It's almost as though they've disregarded that and told him just to continue to go about his work as we go into the second half.
And to keep that eye further away, the cutter further away from he's got to stay orthodox for me, Paul, because if he goes southpaw, then he risks them walking onto that left hand, and the eye's a little bit closer to Wallin's danger shot, which is his left hand.
That didn't miss by much, did it? Goodness me. But from Wallin's perspective, Richie, how many chances is this man going to get to really re-establish himself in the top echelon at a time of unparalleled riches in the game, unparalleled opportunity? I always go back to the show he put up against Tyson Fury, but he's been nowhere near that level for me since that night, and halfway through this fight I just underline that.
No, not at all. And again, Derek Chisora knows he's got to get close, prepared to take a shot, to land one. No real respect for Wallin's power, but it's the right tactic. Just get going forward. If we could just see a little bit more head, if you could just try and avoid the odd shot as he's coming forward also, that would be perfect for me as he's going forward. But he's strong and he knows when he's up close, then that's his best chance to land the heavier shots, Derek Chisora.
Complete focus, no distraction from the first bell tonight. Chisora so determined to put on a good performance, which he is doing. just a sense in this round that Chisora thinks I've seen the worst of this crisis over for the moment, and I think that the blood is not flowing quite so freely now. That could change if Wallin could actually land a good shot on it, which Gamache actually said to him in the corner. Can Wallin get those hands moving from that southpaw style? That's a little bit of better boxing from him. 7 rounds in. Chisora responds, ties him up. There's what, nearly a 1.5 stone weight differential between them, Richie.
Yeah, typical example there of Wallin just controlling the distance a little bit better with his jab, so it's better boxing from him. The feet have slowed down for Derek Chisora. I think he's naturally slowed down a little bit, maybe tiring, but he'll come through this because he's a type of fighter that does. Remember, he's a seasoned 12-round professional, Derek Chisora, and really going for it here.
Finishing the round strong. A spectacular show late on in this round from Chisora. He's really going for it. And Wallin is grateful, very grateful, to hear the end of that round. War, baby. Steve, what's your view? Thank you, Steve. Everything we are being told says accidental clash of heads. Scorecards would prevail in those circumstances, and Chisora shouldn't have anything to worry about. I don't know in the heat of battle whether anybody could actually program all that, Richie. That's our impression from ringside. But the great thing about Chisora's performance tonight is just picked up and started boxing again.
Yeah, incredible. Feeling the pace a little bit because he put so much into that last 15-20 seconds. Probably winning the round though, that did. And he just clipped the target with that left hook, didn't he, as he got Wallin on the ropes. If that would have connected, it could have been all over. It just clipped him. But it was a hell of an attack from Derek Chisora. And again, Wallin in a bad position on the ropes, just inviting the pressure.
Sliding down the rope, across to the other corner, big left to the higher part of the head, the temple. They can be very damaging shots. Chisora goes for it again. John Latham is posed. Could this be the greatest moment of Chisora's career? Wallin has to throw back. There's just no stopping Chisora. He piles on the pressure. The power, the big shots. Wallin took them well enough. 1 or 2 low ones there at the end of it.
What an incredible attack that was from Derek Chisora. How many shots went in there? 15, 20 punches maybe. Incredible stuff. Couple of low ones. The referee's pulled him up for that. How much has that taken out of Derek Chisora? Though poor, but Wallin there was certainly in trouble.
Wallin gets another breather. He defied logic a long time ago in this career, Derek Chisora, but it, to me, feels like in some ways he's rewriting the whole book tonight. That was a big shot to start that salvo. He told us it would be all about the pressure, but he's delivered some masterful boxing earlier tonight, and he's now looking like Ernie Shavers in there, the way he's landing these shots.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Square with the feet, but just letting his hands go. What a warrior this man is, Derek Chisora. Wallin, you have to give him credit there for coming through that, but again, 20-odd seconds to go. This is another Derek Chisora round.
What can Wallin offer by way of a counter-attack? Because if not, it's another Chisora round here.
You can see he's going to try and throw this right hand from here.
Wallin gave him a little look. The look said, you are something else. And now they're playing his song, and not before time tonight, War.
So this is incredible. There was that left hook, and then he just lets the punches go. There's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. They just keep going, Paul. It's an incredible attack from Derek Chisora. Some miss, some hit the target. Downstairs, switches the attack upstairs, just misses with the odd shot here and there. Incredible stuff from Derek Chisora. And it all started off with that left hook, and then he just lets his hands go. Incredible stuff.
Some of those shots are shaking the very foundations of this amazing new arena here in Manchester.
That's like last 10 on the bag, that is, Paul, trust me.
I'll take your word for it, Richie. 1 round on Richie's card to Wallin. 4 to go if we get that far. Chisora doesn't look in the mood to leave it to anybody to score it. We might be looking at 400 professional rounds before this guy is finished, Richie.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
The blood is spraying out all around the ring. The only person who seems oblivious to it is Chisora, and Wallin backs away into the corner and now goes over. Latham sends him to the neutral corner. He's got more time out of that because Chisora didn't go there. Only now does the count start.
Incredible stuff from Derek Chisora again. Produces a shot, and now he's on the attack to try and finish Wallin off.
Chisora believes he can get it done here in the 9th round. Everybody in the arena is on their feet, witnessing something utterly remarkable. This performance tonight from Chisora.
Yeah, it really is, you've said it, Paul, a remarkable performance. Where he gets his energy from, Derek Chisora, it's incredible stuff. Again, he's going for it. Yes, it is scrappy here and there, but Wallin, he's hanging on for dear life here, Wallin. Derek Chisora on the warpath again. Incredible stuff from him.
The right hand, the big salvo follows. Wallin again does not throw much back. A tentative jab perhaps. More than a minute left in this 9th round. Chisora reckons that's easily enough time to launch another big assault. His durability and his recovery in fight, Richie, from periods of extreme exertion is something else, isn't it?
I mean, he looks like he's out on his feet himself, Derek Chisora. And Wallin probably senses that, but this is the trap that he leads you in. And Wallin, he doesn't want to be walking forward with his hands low, because look at Derek Chisora now, he's just waiting. Look, there's the shot there. But he just explodes into action with his punches.
Fury and Joshua couldn't drop him, of course. Wallin on the seat of his pants. And had Chisora gone immediately to the neutral corner, that count might have had a different outcome, I think.
This is play acting for me. Chisora just drawing him into the corner, acting as if he's really, really tired, and he's just going to throw a shot from nowhere. You can just see what he's doing here.
They're still trying to piece together in that corner, Gamache and Wallin, what is happening tonight. They have walked into a storm here tonight.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Let's have a look at this here. Right hand over the top, clips the target, and down he goes. Wallin felt that. Let's have a look at it from another angle here. Ooh, and he probably doesn't hit it clean. He probably just caught the temple or just the side of the head. Glanced him, if anything. Let's have a look. Yeah, there it's a temple shot, but he goes down. Unbelievable from Derek Chisora. And that's a 10-8 round.
The tempo's been pretty hot at the last dance so far tonight. A few more tunes still to go. But the song has remained the same so far tonight. Chisora boxing the fight of his life.
I think his tactics have been spot on tonight, Chisora. He knows he's got to get up close, but last couple of rounds he's tried something different. He's actually tried to draw Otto Wallin actually into the corner as if he's really tired and walk him onto a shot. So he's tried both ways really, on that front foot, closing it down, taking the odd shot here and there, but catching his opponent with those right hands over the top, and also drawing him into the corners, making him overreach, and then bringing him onto the punch also. Clever tactics from Derek Chisora.
He promised us war, he always does. He promised us that he'd come out and swarm all over Otto Wallin. But he didn't tell us that he was going to give a boxing masterclass for a few rounds and then unleash fury upon him, no pun intended. And here comes more. All around, Richie, people in this arena tonight are in awe, they are enraptured. It's almost as though they cannot believe what they are seeing from Chisora. It's one of those spellbinding heavyweight performances that I've been very lucky to see a few times over the years.
Yeah, he's boxed really well. Like I said, Paul, it's the tactics. And I spoke, like I said before, to many people who thought that Wallin's style was all wrong for Chisora. But I kept making the point, well, it is if you box in a certain way. But Chisora, for me, tactics spot on. He's got up close, he's made it messy and horrible, and whip shots over the top. Here again, look, he's just drawing him in. You can see what he's doing.
Peekaboo time. Watch out, Wallin.
Yeah, Wallin, he's not falling for it at this stage. That's why he's just measuring with the jab. Won't come over that front foot. He knows what's coming.
But he can't win the fight like this, Rich.
No.
He's been outboxed. Who could ever have forecast that tonight by Chisora? And he knows it. And he's running short of time again, yet again, Wallin, to make his mark. He could do it, of course. Suddenly that tank could empty from Chisora. But who really believes that on what we've seen tonight?
Better from Wallin. I think Chisora's just slowed down a little bit in this round, Paul. He's probably feeling the pace a little bit. I mean, he's fought at a terrific tempo, has Derek Chisora. Just walked onto a shot there. Got to keep that head moving, bobbing and weaving when he's in front of Wallin, especially with the low hands. This has been a slightly better round for Wallin.
What now?
I don't care. This ain't a safety sport. You're a hell of a fighter. You're a warrior. That's where you come from. Fuck him, man. He's tired. He's hurt. You can do this with him. Get tired. Get underneath wall if you have to at times. You're not sure what he's going to throw.
I'll make the required apology for the language. The sentiment from Joey Gamache was very clear indeed. This is the same Joey Gamache that fought Arturo Gatti, and it was a very controversial finish that night. He knows about being in a war. Gamache was a top fighter. He's always said that Wallin could be a top fighter. Wallin has got to validate that belief from Gamache right now.
And you know what, Paul? There's a sense of disappointment in that corner coming from Gamache there.
Let's see if that drills home the message in a way that Wallin understands. Chisora, 2 rounds away from surely the most glorious chapter of all.
Yeah. Well, I thought he lost the last round, but the previous round before that was a 10-8 round. So for me, he's way ahead, Derek Chisora. But he only knows one way, and he can't try and box him at distance. He's got to get up close. And that may mean just taking the odd shot here and there. So, head movement we need to see from Derek Chisora, trying to avoid them. But again, on that front foot. So he gets clipped there with a shot. The hands were a little bit too low. And of course, when Derek Chisora is right up close, especially at short range, then Wallin just can't get any leverage in his shots. So his work is smothered. So again, the tactics spot on from Chisora.
The hands are still quick from Chisora. Maybe not quite the explosive force of the earlier rounds, as you suggested, Richie, but he knows his way home, doesn't he, from here?
Yes, he does. You know, he's a seasoned 12-round pro, as I've said. So it's a case of boxing in bursts, and this one, there's another one coming. So we just went through a period there, he was just taking his time, and he was feeling the pace a little bit, but his energy levels are probably back to where they should be. And yes, good punch there from Chisora.
Wallin, in fairness to him, has taken those shots better than on other occasions tonight. He backs away to the centre of the ring, but where's the spring in his step? Where is that urgency? Where is that desire to walk through the valley of pain to deliver what he has to deliver, to elevate himself in terms of this heavyweight division? Is it to go down yet again for Wallin as a night of missed opportunity? Just for a moment there, Chisora's rhythm seemed lost, but Wallin wasn't able to punish him. Now Chisora digs down for the extra bag of oxygen he seems to carry around, and he finds a way to throw a salvo right at the end of the round. It wasn't his best, but it might just have made an impression on the judges. Steve, how does it look from where you are? Wallin claims the last 2 rounds on Richie's scorecard, but he's still a mile behind, and there's only one left for him to turn this his way. The last dance, the last round of it, at least for tonight.
I think we're going to see Derek Chisora really go for it in this last round, Paul. I think he had a round off the last round. And for me, Wallin did enough to win the round. But I think these energy levels, he must be tired now, Chisora. Well, both men are, but Chisora especially, because he's put so much into it. But he'll just go for it this round. That's what he's like. Hearing what Steve just said about him, spot on. You know, he is a warrior, and he will give it. He'll throw the kitchen sink at Wallin, I think, in this last round.
Not quite the fire of the middle part of the fight so far, but he can see the finish line. Chisora, the only finish line that's in doubt right now is whether it will be the end of his career tonight, in the unlikely event for me of him losing this, or even on the basis of what we've seen tonight, whether it'll be 50 and out. Everybody tells us that's what it will be, or maybe not.
Well, he's only got to get through this round for me, and he's won the contest. So I think we will see a 50th fight with Derek Chisora. But here, again, Wallin continues to make the same mistake of going back to the ropes. His feet come square, and that's where he's open again. He's done it time and again in this contest. That's when Derek Chisora has his most success in the corners, on the ropes, and Wallin keeps falling for it. Back into the corner again. Here comes Derek Chisora.
Utterly irrepressible. He's seen everything that there is to see in boxing. He has performed in a way few thought possible at this stage in his career, and barring a completely unforeseeable error in these closing seconds, this is Chisora closing the show tonight in style such as we have never seen before.
And what an entertainer Paul Derek Chisora has been through his career, and this contest sums up that career. Just pure entertainment for boxing fans. Tremendous stuff.
Wallin down once on the end of several massive assaults from Chisora, but not just the violence that he promised, that he tells us that he loves to deliver in the ring. Some really measured boxing as well. So accurate, so determined. Wallin touches down again. He'll probably get up. Right on the bell. The game is up for Wallin. It's all over, surely. Yes, it is all over. There was the bell in the middle. Nobody could hear it properly. And that's because all around Chisora is being fated like never before.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Bob Williams scores it 117 to 109. Judge Bensei Kovac scores it 114 to 112. And Judge Olena Pobivilo scores it 116 to 110. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And the winner of the Eliminator for the IBF World Heavyweight Championship, known as the Del Boy, Derek War Chisora.
This should be an excellent blend of styles in the glamour division. China's big, strong, hard-hitting southpaw Zhang in with one of the most underrated heavyweights on the scene. German's talented Ajit Kabayei, who's been quickly and quietly amassing this perfect record. A couple of really good wins going into this Kabayei. The secret's out, but will he be able to take Zhang's power? Kabayei possesses some too, Darren.
He does indeed, and what we're seeing here is his key to victory. I said this in the week. For him to win this, we need to call him agility Kabayei. He needs to move, he needs to be elusive, quick, stay out of trouble. But we're seeing a bit more aggression here from Zhang already. Looking to impose that size into this contest.
He already knocked Kabayei back with the left hand at the start of the round there, Zhang.
Zhang, that backhand is very dangerous, and he's got a string of early knockouts. Kabayei meeting fire with fire in the first minute.
No, I think that's important tactics there for Kabayei. If he can fire off the punches with Zhang misses, he slides in, goes bang, 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 and then moves away. That'll just confuse, slow down, and then eventually, or quickly tire Zhang.
Kabayei with huge support here. Zhang with the whole nation of China behind him. He's desperate to fight there. 40 shots from Kabayei, early, important.
But this is better from Zhang already. Just more presence in front of his opponent, letting more shots go. Don't get me wrong. Oh, it's a beautiful two-shot combination there.
Lovely right hook there from Zhang.
Oh, left hand to the body as well. Fast hands of Zhang, even at 41. Look at this.
So left hand there, he felt that, Adam.
I think he's slightly surprised by this start, Kabayei, from Zhang. A lot busier than we've seen him in the past.
Kabayei, a smaller heavyweight, and he has to sometimes go the long route. Agility, as Darren's saying, but Zhang is really imposing himself early, Barry.
Yeah, what he does so well, Zhang, there's no real tell to his punches, so he can throw a hook without having to lean back or move the arm back or even twist the shoulders. He can just throw straight off the cuff, and that makes it difficult then. But if you make a mistake, he can just fire straight over your jab. And with it being a southpaw as well, if he slides that right foot close in, he can punch sort of almost like punch down on it and hook down on the shot, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, more feints, more jabs to the body, I think, from Kabayei, but ultimately that was a very good opening round from Zhang.
Yep, slightly surprised Kabayei by the onslaught and the controlling of the ring from Zhang. Sean George, as ever, they're a very close team. And it's brilliant, isn't it, how he's come through, Zhang, and he stayed with it to get on the big stage.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to like about him, and I think that's why we get frustrated with him, because we just want to see more of his work, and that was a really good round. He done what we've been asking from him, just be more active. Such a spiteful puncher, walking Kabayei onto a beautiful lead right hand, followed by the left. Beautiful credit to the German there for taking those.
Knock people out
yeah, they do.
on a regular basis there for Zhang. He took those really well, Kabayei.
Got 22 knockouts on the slate for Zhang. Ajit Kabayei's got 17 in his 25 wins in the white trunks with the right and red boots from Bakole in Germany. Ajit Kabayei on the big stage, looking to impress Zhang with real power, but Kabayei's taking the fight to him. Interesting here in the second.
Oh, good uppercut there from Kabayei. But every time Zhang throws a shot and lands, you're waiting for the reaction, aren't you? Certainly.
Did you want to see him move more, Kabayei?
Yeah, I did say that, but I'm going to kind of change my ways a little bit here. I think this may, albeit a very dangerous tactic, I think you've got to try and empty the tank of Zhang, and we know that has been his kryptonite, work rate.
But there's a different rhythm. When you punch when you want to, when you're advancing, you're being the bully, you can sort of set yourself to punch. When you're being pushed back, you have to punch reactive. That's a different breathing that tires you out quicker. So maybe Kabayei trying to push him back, even though he's got to walk into shots potentially, might empty the tank quicker.
Yeah, you cannot let Zhang have his own way here with tempo and space. You need to make things uncomfortable for him.
Left hook to the body, whipped in from Kabayei. More authority in this one. Really planting his feet, Barry.
Yeah, he's done a really good turnaround here in this round. Kabayei taking the fight to Zhang, just put him at the good shot up within. That's the worry. That right hook there from Zhang is a fantastic shot. There's no telling the punch.
And I think the uppercut as well. He's got to keep those elbows tucked in, Kabayei.
I think he should get lower. Get lower. You're the shorter guy. Just make that be your friend, that height. Get as low as you can. Make Zhang overreach for the shot. Punch down, hard to be accurate.
Solid from Kabayei, but thumping punches from Zhang. There's the body work again from the German, which is impressive.
It's all investment, isn't it, for the later rounds?
Already a gasp of breath from the big man from China.
Oh, there's that uppercut. He needs to keep those elbows tucked in.
He took the step on the outside there. Zhang really clever. Take a step on the outside, uppercut, and a nice little combination there.
You called it, Darren, the uppercut. Squeaked in, and Kabayei very static. Looks at his corner. Has he ever been under this sort of fire before, Kabayei?
Nice uppercut of his own there, Kabayei. More long with the shot, no real power, but it's heating up nicely, this.
And I tell you something, he's taking the shots here, Kabayei. He's taking the power.
Good work from both men, maybe a round each. Let's get to Chris Mannix, who's got a delighted Callum Smith with him.
Callum, one of the first fights of the night and already a candidate for the best fight of the night. How'd you feel about that performance?
Yeah, I feel good. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, but I was the underdog tonight, and it got me back up a little bit. I've seen people saying, I'm finished and I need to roll back the ears and stuff, and it was laughable at times, but it was also frustrating as well. I haven't had a tough career, and I knew I still had plenty left, and getting compared to the other domestic heavyweights, I've always feel like being a league above them all. I believe I'm good enough to be a 2-weight world champion, and I felt I had to prove a lot of people wrong tonight, but it wasn't a surprise result for me. It wasn't a perfect performance. I took a few rounds off towards the end. I lost my rhythm a little bit. My vision was a little bit impaired, but that's boxing. You've got to get on with it, and I did, and I thought I wasn't comfortable enough. And it's a good performance. Josh Buatti's a very, very good fighter. I knew I needed to be back towards my best tonight, and I believe I was.
Congratulations, Callum.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep, I agree with Callum. I thought he won it, and I thought it was a terrific performance as an underdog. Very, very fit and sharp tonight, Callum Smith. Joshua Buatsi played his part. Wonderful fight, and this is turning into another cracker. Third round, Zhang, Agit Kabayei at heavyweight, and the intensity in the ring tonight is fabulous.
It really is. They all know that they're part of something special here. Each fight so far has delivered. We're starting to see more aggression again from Kabayei, working the body really, really well, landed loads in the first couple of rounds.
And again, they're not body shots that are gonna drop Zhang, but what they're gonna do, if this fight goes past 4 rounds, he's going to feel it.
And that's what happened against Joseph Parker. He knocked Parker down a couple of times, but he sort of ran out of puff, didn't he, halfway through. He did last the distance, and he did against Filip Hrgovic in a fight I thought he won. But he's got stamina and an engine, Zhang, but how long can he keep that up for at 41?
And I tell you what, if he can drop those punches by about 4 inches, Zhang, they're right on the button, and that might be good night. As well as Kabayei's taking him out, but they had a bit on the forehead.
I'm not sure he's liking these body shots that much, Zhang. You seem to see a reaction every time he lands one. He's really trying his best to cover up to avoid the shots.
Shot his own to the body there.
I think this is good work from Kabayei on the inside. He's not moving. He's standing his ground, and he feels that he can overpower Big Bang.
And he's not beating him with speed and guile like we all thought in the build-up. He's standing his ground and trying to push him back physically.
Exactly what you said, Barry. He's making him work. He doesn't want to work at this tempo, Zhang.
Combination to the body.
Yeah, brilliant work from Kabayei. Zhang trying to come back, but it's persistent, and it's stubborn, and it's annoying Zhang.
And you'd say typically German as well. Economical, in your face, high guard, works the body well. Sound, technically.
Well, we've seen him move, and now we're seeing him fight, which is great to have both.
Oh, you need it. You need variation in every department in this sport.
Some good rounds here for Kabayei, really good rounds.
Reddening around the stomach for Zhang, who weighed in at 287.5 pounds. He's huge. But how much energy has that taken out of him? 2 good rounds for Kabayei. Well, what a week he's had. Joseph Parker was meant to be challenging Daniel Dubois for the IBF heavyweight title tonight. Dubois ill on Thursday. In comes Martin Bakole. Barry, it's been mad.
Absolute mad, and also not an easy thing to deal with, Adam. Everyone's going, oh, Bakole's coming in, is he going to be okay? This guy's been training for one guy, and he's had one guy on his mind constantly, and tactically as well, how he approaches the fight. Now, listen, but they're all professionals, you can change it, but it's not easy. And you have to reset your mind, and also, did I put on too much weight because I was going to bully one guy? Or do I have to be faster feet with this guy, so am I going to be too heavy? There's all these things you have to worry about. So, you know, he's a tough guy, and he'll fight anyone, Joseph Parker, but it's not an easy night for him, that's for sure.
Everyone commending Bakole for taking the fight. Joseph Parker needs a pat on the back for taking probably the bogeyman in the division.
Massive respect to Joseph Parker for taking Bakole. That's a heavyweight treat later on tonight. But there's so much more before that here on DAZN, the home of combat sports. Zhang against Kabayei, and it's been a great start. And Kabayei really trying to impose himself as Zhang did in the opening round. The German doing fantastic work here, middle of the ring, grinding Zhang down. Back comes Big Bang, and it's another one that's really heating up.
It's such a beautiful combination, that right uppercut and that left hook. It's almost like a natural movement. I don't know why everyone don't do it all the time, and Kabayei's done that 3 times on the shot here. Whip through the middle, whip downstairs.
Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua in the front row, watching these heavyweights. Barry, what a group we've got now in the glamour division.
Yes.
It's incredible.
It really is a fantastic talent. There's one that stands above them all, of course, and he's sat ringside, but there's a chasing pack here. They can all fight each other. That's good work there from Zhang.
Yeah, lovely 3-shot combination. But this is good pressure, really good intent from Kabayei.
Again, look at Zhang. He throws 3 punches and then deep breaths, gasps. That's the reset.
He's just looking to outfight, outmuscle Zhang here, who takes a massive gulp of air again. A minute to go in the 4th round, and these body shots may be taking their toll sooner rather than later.
That's the problem for Zhang. He's landed with some really good shots, especially in those first 2 rounds, and Kabayei took them very well.
And he's been smart. Look, we've talked about the pace and the tempo in which Zhang fights at. At 41, you don't want to be fighting at this kind of pace.
And Darren, what Kabayei's done is he's got really close, hasn't he? He's trying to negate those long arms of Zhang.
Yeah, he's nullifying the threat that's coming back from the Chinese man.
Big right hand, blood to the nose of Zhang. He's in trouble here. He's in a bit of bother here, the big man from China.
Forget how fast the pace is. It's whose pace you fight at. You want to fight at your pace. Fast or slow, it's got to be your pace. When you're boxing someone else's pace, you're reactive. To be reactive takes in more energy.
A fascinating first 4. Let's get to Emily, who's got Bernard Hopkins with her.
We have the East Coast all the way in Riyadh for the last crescendo. Obviously, this is a mad card, but if there's one fight you want the fans to keep an eye on, which one is that?
I would say Victor Ortiz. That's going to be a fight that might steal a show.
And what do you think will happen?
Victor by knockout late, tough, but a knockout victory.
You know he's the underdog in this case.
That's why I believe that he will rise to the occasion and prove the underdog status absolutely wrong.
Well, you heard it here first from B-Hop himself. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Emily. B-Hop, the executioner, one of the great fighters of modern times. He's here. Oscar De La Hoya is here as well, and they're here for Victor Ortiz in a cracker with Israel Madrimov. It's just the card that keeps on giving. Callum Smith and Joshua Buatsi. Wow. Surely a candidate already for fighter this year in February. Kabayei and Zhang into the 5th round. Kabayei in the ascendancy, Barry.
Look how fast he's come out of this round. Here, Kabayei, real intent here. Not just to work his man, but he's hurt him.
He's hurt him. This is the round that Zhang stopped Deontay Wilder. Kabayei is trying to become the first man to halt Zhang.
Zhang is spent. He's exhausted. Look at the mouth wide open. And he's shipping punishment here.
What a countering shot from Zhang. And Kabayei walked into that. And when the German was having all the success, there's the power of Big Bang.
Look at that, he didn't do anything wrong there, Kabayei. Just walked onto a short hook, and everything's changed.
Wow, just like that. When it looked like Zhang was in trouble, back he comes.
I thought Zhang was going to get stopped.
Heavyweight boxing at its best. Zhang in real trouble, but comes back with one big booming shot, and now he's looking to take out Kabayei.
I'll tell you what, I've got to say though, Kabayei looks solid on his feet for now.
How much has that taken out of Zhang? He let a few shots go, didn't he? At some pace and power.
Kabayei straight back to what he was doing, attacking the body. And you're right, he does look sturdy.
Oh, good shot again there from Zhang.
Yeah, that was always the danger, wasn't it? When you're in front of such a heavy hitter, you're there to be caught. We did say that it nullified the threat by getting really quite close, and he was just at arm's length, and that's good work again from Zhang.
Look how fast that was from Zhang.
The speed
unbelievable for
of his
big guy.
hands is still quite extraordinary. The southpaw toughing it out and scoring a knockdown, but he was right up against it here in the fifth.
Yeah, just being a little bit more cautious here, isn't he, Kabayei? You can't blame him for that.
Still mouth wide open of Zhang.
Good shot.
And Kabayei with that jab. Getting close again in these body shots, and he's trying to turn the heat back up on Zhang. What a round.
Yeah, great round. It looks like he's recovered, Kabayei, and he's finishing this round really strong. Good work to the body.
And a smile almost from the German, the 32-year-old, 9 years younger. And is it that freshness that's going to give him the edge? A 10-8 round to Zhang, but really one that Kabayei dominated.
Yeah, that can be, at times, soul-destroying. When you're on the brink of victory and you don't get the job done, and then your opponent comes firing back.
Yeah, I honestly thought, no, he wasn't all over the place, Zhang, but I thought he was in trouble. But look at that. That's all it takes for Zhang. A shot, and it's usually that punch there. A short little hook. The left hand this time, not that right hook, but again, he's stringing his body into the shots, and Kabayei looking to advance, having a good round up to that point. But again, this is where the shot there comes back, right on the chin. And to be fair, he got him quite well. But that put a new lease of life there in Zhang, and then he started to put his punch together quite well. Again, Kabayei wasn't hurt much after that, but he was cautious with his attacks.
We've hardly started the last crescendo, and it's absolutely amazing.
Crazy, crazy scenes here. Exactly what we expected.
Wow, the greatest card ever put together, living up to all the hype into the sixth round of this. The gold and red of Big Bang, Zhang, who scored the knockdown in the fifth. But Ajit Kabayei boxing really well, especially with these body shots. The hooks are good.
It looks like there's some swelling just above that right eye of Zhang.
And a bump on the forehead as well, Darren. He's getting marked up, blood to the nose.
So the way he rips that hook across Zhang, though, if that hit you, you're done.
You look at the quality there, Barry. Double landed by Kabayei. There's the quality in the body shots, and Zhang felt that. He nearly went down. Well, that was very strange, but Kabayei.
I don't know. Well, that should be a count. Didn't the glove touch the floor there?
Oh, so didn't count it. Zhang comes back with the combinations. Kabayei's got to be careful of those countering left hands. But he's doing ever so well, the German, at chipping away.
Yeah, he really is. Landing heavy body shots. I'll say it again, he looks absolutely exhausted, but he cannot switch off, Kabayei.
Again, taking those shots knackers you, doesn't it? So Kabayei's got to be careful here that he doesn't run out of steam.
Zhang seems at his most dangerous when he's under real threat and when he's tiring.
Yeah, and it's because Kabayei's opening up and leaving openings himself.
Right hand from Kabayei. He's hit body and head. You saw the stats. The corner must be delighted with him. But Zhang still has the power to turn this around.
And I think he's more dangerous when he's tired, because it's shot there from Kabayei. When you're tired, your shoulders drop, which means you're looser, so you punch it a little bit faster maybe when you let him go.
Coming off those big knockout wins.
He's gone.
Kabayei, and he's looking to do the same again. Takes a count. It's the body shots that are undoing him, and he's absolutely in agony here. Zhang, will he make the count? Kabayei celebrating. It's done. Wow. It's dusted. It's the 26th victory for Kabayei, and it's the most important on this huge night. And now, will they believe in this German?
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 29 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Mark Lyson, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout, still undefeated, and now the WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, Kabayei.
Yet to lose anything, amateur or pro. The Kent southpaw who carries sharp shooting power, skills, and he's dealing so well with the immense pressure and expectation on those young shoulders. The building blocks are being put in place, and he's in with a hard-hitting but aging and a tad vulnerable Mike Balagun. And Frank George and Francis Warren want Ituma to showcase in front of different audiences. So here he is in Glasgow and getting that southpaw jab off to a very nice start to the body.
So fast, so quick with his reactions, not just the delivery of shots, but the way he glides in and out of range, but always feinted, always trying to find the openings. Balagun, as I say, can be vulnerable, but there are 16 KOs. You know, if he wants to have a chance here, it's trying to land that left hand of his. Starting the contest brightly, but it won't be long until we see the power from Ituma.
The power and class. You were so impressed, weren't you, out in Riyadh, Barry?
Well, he's just fantastic, the way he sets the shots up, and also the angle of attack. You know, for a big guy, you can't move your body that way. You're not supposed to move your body the way that he does. You know, he moves like a middleweight with the power of a heavyweight.
That left hand already just slightly troubles Balagun. He goes to the body too, Moses Ituma. Remember, Murat Gassiev did him in 2, and he might want it in 1. Carl said it earlier, and he's going for it. Thunderous left hook, and down goes the American inside the opening minute and a half, and he looks to his corner as if to say, what just hit me? Will he get out? It's very late. John Latham has a good look, and he looks back in his corner. Mike Balagun, but he's in a whole heap of trouble, and Moses Ituma can take him out right now.
Balagun's got to keep that right hand up. He can't miss with the left hand. Ituma is far too low from the American.
Look at Ituma, they're all balanced, just waiting for Balagun to make a mistake so he can throw that left hand over the top again.
Well, he's done well just to get up, really. Balagun, he could have sat it out, but the pride got him up. He just about scraped to the count. It was touch and go.
What was impressive about it, he threw the left hand twice for the backhand we call it from the southpaw stance. Threw one, didn't land cleanly, threw a second one, and no one that very rarely does that. And it landed right on the button.
20 years old. It's phenomenal.
They were talking about him maybe breaking Mike Tyson's record of becoming a world heavyweight champion, but that's gone. That had to be done this month. And Frank, I think, just wanted to take some time with Moses. There's no rush. Martin Bakole at ringside. That would be a massive step up. But at the moment, he's just got to take care of business, which he's doing very nicely, and that jab working a treat.
And because he knows he has the power and the timing to get your, he knows he didn't have to rush anything. Like, he could have gone for the finish here and probably got it, but he's not getting no rounds. He needs the rounds. So I like this relaxed approach here from Ituma.
Any time you're not sure, look set, might counter. A little bit of lead hand, bit of up and down, yeah? Take your time. You'll set them shots up again. Give me the bucket. Don't blow your nose. Dummy. Good. Keep that bit.
Well, Moses Ituma wasted no time getting that left hand working.
Almost 10 seconds.
Great shot, look at that. And again, he throws it again, he doubles it up. And the second one didn't hit as clean as the first, ironically. He's got so much natural power that if he hits you anyway, you're in trouble.
He just looked down at the timekeeper there, Moses Ituma, waiting for the bell to ring. Cool, relaxed. Lovely fella outside of the ring. And that was spectacular. Absolutely devastating. And can he make it this time? The count's at 9. Brave man, Mike Balagun from the States. Up twice from heavy knockdowns, the second especially. And he's going for it. Fair play to him, Barry.
What a great effort there from Balagun. He was done there. He's got to get up and recover. That's some super.
Oh, right hand, and there's no way the fight should continue. It is finished in the second round. Moses Ituma lights up Glasgow. He did it in Saudi Arabia, and a few months on, it's now Scotland. What's next for this emerging superstar in heavyweight boxing?
Well, I'm just looking at the faces around ringside, and they're amazed at what they've just seen there. You know, that was spectacular. That first lead right hook was, I mean, it was so special. It was so spiteful. This man is the future.
It's a lovely time right hook there. And to be fair, the fight was over. But somebody finds the feet, but this shot, look at that's a lovely time shot. Look at that. So a little lean back, turns the body, so he gets that little torque in the punch as well. They get that power in that right hook. So look at that. Okay, do you know what that is? Composure. Because the guy's rushing at him. He's got such a calm demeanor at home, and he did that. No panic. Takes a little half a step back and sees it all. Because he stays calm, it gives him a better vision than most other fighters.
Ring intelligence. Moves like a middleweight and punches every bit of a heavyweight. What a combination.
It's his temperament. His temperament does it. Like, there's some ugly faces there, literally.
It's just incredible. I mean, absolutely stunning. Offensively, obviously, as we see there, he's so good. But do you know what goes unnoticed is how good defensively he is, how sharp his reactions are, how quick the feet are to be able to find those counter right hooks. What a fighter, what a talent.
That is, I think, the way he just copes with pressure. We see that of all these world champions, but he copes with the pressure of expectation. He doesn't panic in the ring. It just gives him loads of time to think.
Wonderful team around him. There's family. There's a tight-knit group in the Ben Davison stable. Francis Warren believes he's got a sporting superstar on his hands. He thinks he could be the next Messi, the next Federer, anything like that. The sky's the limit, believes Francis Warren. Who knows what the ceiling is for Moses Ituma? Well, we've got Fabio Wardley, another undefeated heavyweight, getting his homecoming fight at Portman Road against another unbeaten fighter and a good one in Justice Huni. It's Queensberry against Matchroom. Dillian White on the card too, part of your subscription on the Zone. June the 7th, the date for that one. I hope Moses can be there. He's, wow. It's just wow. That's what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 46 seconds of round number 2. Our referee in charge, John Latham, waves it off. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated and still WBO Intercontinental and WBA International Heavyweight Champion, Moses Ituma.
Moses Ituma from Chatham in Kent, by way of Slovakia is 12-0. Filip Hrgovic and David Adeleye joining the party. Who prevails here should be exciting. 27 knockouts in their 32 shared victories, many early. So eyes on this Riyadh ring live on DAZN. The heavyweights, what a chance for David Adeleye to leap up here onto the big stage, and for big Filip Hrgovic, the man mountain from Croatia, former star junior basketball player. He really is massive, but he can punch, he can box, and he's a hard night's work for anyone.
I like this. He's on the front foot. He's just getting pushed back now. He's Adelaide, but he started centre of the ring, trying to spear out the jab, nice and sharp, but this is what we kind of expected from Hrgovic now. He's big, isn't he? Tall, and trying to work the range with that jab so we can follow it through with the right hand.
Well, Andy Lee was talking about, Adam Booth being in the corner, and I think that wide stance and accelerating with his shots is something that'll really work for David Adeleye, that speed, if he can commit with it. It's just the low left hand I worry about with the man with such a good long right hand. If he times that right, Hrgovic, he has a free shot, but if, again, you just see Adeleye there, just bending those legs, punching upwards, and that's hard to defend against as well. So those are positive signs here for Adelaide at the minute, but also for Hrgovic, who's coming on strong.
Brilliant, wasn't he, Adam Booth, guiding David Hay to the world heavyweight title in that David Goliath matchup with Nikolai Faloev. Patience, Hrgovic throwing shots to head and body early, really testing Adeleye, who is former English and British champion, but not the amateur experience that Hrgovic has, or the professional.
See what Adeleye just did really well there. Hrgovic with the right hand, leaned in a little bit, but blocked it with the gloves there, threw the left hook to the body straight away. Something that Hrgovic has to be aware of. He's thrown that a little bit longer, but certainly for Adeleye, just have that thought of just being able to block and counter.
Yeah, and do you know what? I would start low if I was Adeleye. Jab to the body, look for the right hand over the top. Yeah, work low, then finish high, but I think also key to victory for both, I think it is controlling the pace and the tempo of this fight, and it looks as if Hrgovic is really trying to dominate early.
Yeah, looking for a fast start, Hrgovic, and attacking the body as well of Adeleye, trying to really utilise his experience. A full camp, as you were saying, under Abel Sanchez up in the Big Bear Mountains over California at altitude, and Hrgovic already looking much better shape, but decent work from Adeleye too.
Yeah, right at the end, I saw that 1-2 there. He's a little bit out with that right hand, but Hrgovic, I think, he's coming on strong here. Nice solid, won't be on the solid jab.
Clubbing shots as well.
And he's got to worry when he leans to his right, Adeleye, to avoid that right hand. He doesn't get caught on top of the head.
Yeah, both heavy-handed. Adeleye getting one in at the end, but good start from Hrgovic.
Okay, listen, you're winding it up. Don't wind it up so much. Let it go. Be free. Be free. Okay? Good jab, good double jab. The right hand, curl a little bit because it's ducking into you. Curl it, not so straight. Okay? Always touch your deep breath. Good job, bro, okay? Good job. He's afraid of your strength. Okay, so just make sure you keep that jab on him. Don't be jumping in, okay? Don't be jumping in. Watch it, sneaky right hand for me. Watch it, sneaky right hand.
Filip Hrgovic, Olympic bronze medalist back in 2016. He won the European golds as well. Many people thought he was an heir apparent to the world heavyweight title. He was the guy that caused the cut that stopped David Hay and Tyson Fury. He's trained with so many. People thought he'd be following in the line of the Klitschko brothers. Hasn't quite worked out that way. One defeat to Daniel Dubois. David Adeleye getting that left hook going and the jab.
Good from Adeleye there, because he dipped low when he threw the left hook.
And a nice right hand as well. And this is good work. Hrgovic's one defeat coming in Riyadh. So too David Adeleye against Fabio Wardley. So a really important fight for both of these two.
Oh, it really is. Good work from Adeleye with the left hook. I like the base, the solid stance of both. Really off balance, and that's going to be so important for them to land the heavy shots. It all comes from that base, turning your hips into the shot.
Just don't like just the way you just sneaking back a little bit, Adelaide. Maybe for a counter, but just you're slowing Hrgovic just walk you down and line you up with that jab for that right hand.
And whipping in the body shots as well. Hrgovic back with the jab, and he's cut. He's cut again. It's plagued him through his career. Right eye of Hrgovic. It's nasty. It happened badly against Daniel Dubois and at other times, and it's come back to haunt him, and they're going to have to get working in between rounds. But that is a nasty cut right eye of Hrgovic.
It's terrible, but I'll tell you what, a little note on the shot that caused it. It was a lovely jab from Adelaide.
Punching up again, wasn't he? Nice wide stance.
Punching up and sliced it open.
Oh, good shot from Hrgovic, good right hand there.
When he's dangerous, when his back's against the wall, Hrgovic. 14 knockouts in those 18 wins. He's got to be careful here, the British fighter. Body shots again from Hrgovic, but that eye is an absolute mess already.
He should be going for broke here, Hrgovic, because this might not see the next round.
That's got to give real confidence to David Adeleye, but he needs to keep his shape, and Hrgovic's face a bloody mask.
Do you know what?
The body shot.
Chopping, yeah, body shot, the chopping right hand.
Whoa! Look at these, swinging from the hip, the pair of them. And the cut has really spurred Hrgovic into action. Adelaide misses with a left hook by a whisker.
I tell you what, he's confident to sit on the rope though and hook with him, isn't he, Adelaide?
Yeah, you're right, and really turning into that left hook, and that is the shot. I'd actually feint with the jab and then throw the left hook. Looks to parry that jab, does Hrgovic. And the damage to the eye is obviously going to make it very difficult for him to see that shot coming.
Bloody and brutal action here in the second round of this heavyweight affair. Who's going to hold their nerve? Just looks down at Adam Booth in the corner there. David Adeleye, 10 seconds left. And will that cut?
I tell you what, David just took a good shot there and didn't even blink there off Hrgovic.
Have they got long enough to sort that cut out? I'm not sure.
Oh, that's not a good one. Terrible cut.
That is horrendous. Sliced open the right eye, and it's very early in the fight.
It's the human spirit. For what they teach us, what they show us, just an example of what extraordinary.
Legendary trainer and a good cutsman as well, Abel Sanchez, and it was
lovely
that
shot.
Little left hand from David Adeleye.
And really well timed as well, because Hrgovic threw a jab, went to throw the right hand, but he was a little bit square, and David Adeleye just stayed nice and low, threw that jab up. It's a good shot, lovely shot.
That's class, it really is. Look at the damage as well that it's caused.
That eyelid. Well, one thing about Filip Hrgovic is he's been eccentric at times in fights. He went on a bit of a wander when he fought Zhang. Many people thought he was lucky to get away with a victory. How's he going to react to that? He's getting it checked out straight away. Referee Mark Kalo here with the ringside doctor.
Adam, he's got so much Vaseline on the eye that he can't see out of the eye because of that.
Well, the fight goes on, and is he on borrowed time here, Hrgovic? Has he just got to go for it?
I think he's, smart as you can, but he has the power to do it, but he has to, yeah. And I wouldn't, and for Adelaide, I wouldn't say that he has to just be safe. I think he's got to be active as well with this.
Yeah.
That's Hrgovic Hrgovic might make a mistake here, rush his work.
I still believe he can jab low, finish high, but jab followed by a long left hook upstairs, damage the eye, make it worse.
I think Hrgovic's conditioning is better these days. Yeah, didn't have a full count for Joe Joyce, but got through that okay. And I think that training in Big Bear with Abel Sanchez, who of course guided Gennady Golovkin, is good for Hrgovic. And he's certainly throwing decent leather and keeping his nerve here.
Just managing to take the sting out of the shot, Adelaide, even when he's backed on the ropes, just slipping and sliding, pulling out of range, seeing their smart, good defensive skills.
And he's just turning off left shoulders, just to take, maybe just making it harder for Hrgovic to find the target clean with that right hand.
Yeah, clever from David Adeleye, who's going up in class and got questions to answer here, the 28-year-old from Ladbroke Grove.
That's what he's got to do, Hrgovic, chop down with that right hand. He was very dangerous with the shot in the first round, wasn't he? Chopping down, punching down with that right. More of the same required.
There's that right hand and a body shot. Nice 1-2. And again, looks at Adam Booth, executing a game plan here, David Adelaide, but he is in uncharted territory. That's a good response to the cut, this, from Hrgovic.
He's got to be a bit quicker with that counter left hook. He just missed a couple of times, Adelaide. But the shot is there as he carries his lead hand low. At times, Hrgovic carries his right hand low.
You should be careful here, Hrgovic. It's the same rhythm for every shot. You should be careful that Adelaide doesn't time him coming in here.
13 knockouts on the slate for David Adelaide. Blew away Solomon Dakers, who looked good at Wembley, didn't he, Dakers, the other day coming back? So a defeat's nothing really in the heavyweight division these days. Good shot there from Hrgovic. That was class.
Looking well.
He stood up before he threw that left hook there, Adelaide. That's where he got caught.
I think he's waiting a bit too long here, Adelaide. There's one thing he's been found wanting at times, not been busy enough. I'd like to see him just let his hand go. That's better. Good shot.
Now Hrgovic has got a hold. Last 10 seconds in the third round, and there's the power. And he really possesses it, the Brit. And Hrgovic has to take it and comes back. This one's getting really tasty.
I'll stop this because I'm going to round.
Look at his left hook right at the end, right on the eye as well from Adelaide. And I want to see more of that. I want to see him busier. Hrgovic also chopped down with that right hand, but good fight this in the heavyweight division. So much to play for here.
But again, it comes from a low base, doesn't it, for Adelaide? Staying nice and low, and it just, as you come out, accelerate with that left hook over the top.
Well, this has quickly turned into the war we hoped. Filip Hrgovic and David Adelaide said they'd steal the show tonight. Really good matchup. Heavyweight division, 20th outing for the 33-year-old from Zagreb. And it's fight number 16 for David Adelaide in all white. And that's how Andy is seeing it. Hrgovic with the slight advantage, but of course cut badly in the second round.
Look, that's a reminder at the end of that third round to keep his right hand up. Look, your right is damaged, but that's the danger shot. That's the shot that he enjoys throwing, Adelaide. The left hook has to be a lot more disciplined with that right hand position.
Let's bring Andy in. You've got Hrgovic with a narrow advantage. It's really warming up, this.
I said this was going to deliver. When you look at these guys, Adelaide, you just want to see him be a bit more busy. Dip the knees, stay low under Hrgovic, force him to punch down and then come up with your shots. Hrgovic, I hate to call him an arm puncher, but he doesn't step in with the shots. He gets his legs in position first, and then he punches with his hands. That's why there's not much power on the shots. Although he's a big man, and they do hurt. To really have that concussive power, you got to turn your hips, you got to turn the shoulders, like Adelaide is doing.
Do you like the way that Adam Booth has got the plan here for Adelaide?
I do, but he's got to be consistent. He can't allow himself to get backed up, which he's been doing too often. He's allowing Hrgovic just too much free time. This is better from Adelaide. This is better. He's looking to counter now. He's looking to compete and stand his ground a little bit. But he can't be passive like that, because those shots, you don't even realise that one of those ones is going to put you down.
See, I think Hrgovic is a smooth puncher, but he lacks that speed, doesn't he? And I think also Andy's saying, he turned with the shot, and with the power, to get more acceleration into the punch.
But he bounced so many shots off Daniel Dubois, didn't he, for the first 3 rounds of that fight. But Dubois just hung in there and stopped Hrgovic, broke him up, really.
He's just thrown that left hook at the wrong time, Adelaide. That is definitely the shot, but wait for Hrgovic to miss. If he chops down with that right hand or the left hook misses, then you fire back with that counter left hook.
And like what you were saying, Darren, and Andy as well, just a little bit more work, more consistency. He's waiting a little bit too long, isn't he?
Let's It's good energy that's shown from Hrgovic, but maybe arm punches like Andy was suggesting, and Adelaide just shakes his head.
Winning the rounds, Adam.
He is.
Good work here from Hrgovic. The odds that lean back like Adelaide missed with that uppercut.
Nice right hand as well. He's just got to hold himself together here, Adelaide, because he's under sustained pressure.
So just a change of pace of the work of Hrgovic would make a massive difference for him.
I'd like to see that on the flip side. What an opportunity he's got, Adelaide. You've got the right damage badly of Hrgovic. Get to work, let's go.
A good round though for Philip Hrgovic. Talking of taking your chances, what about the Cinderella man, Dave Allen? He's back in action on October the 11th, and he doesn't take easy tests, does he? Arslanbek Makhmudov, the man in the other corner. He selected him, and it's live from the Steel City of Sheffield, all part of your regular DAZN subscription. October the 11th, Dave Allen back in the ring. Adam Booth in the corner.
You're just letting him have his way for no reason. Come on, you haven't used his...
Good solid right hand there from Hrgovic and following up with the left hook. I think he was consistent all that round, a real good work ethic. Methodical pace, but constantly throwing punches and outworking Adelaide.
Consistency, absolutely the right word there, Barry, and he hasn't been consistent in much of his pro career so far. Haven't still seen the best of Philip Hrgovic. Maybe under Abel Sanchez we can get that in his 30s now, in the Croatian colours, and David Adelaide with this chance that came from nowhere really. British champion, but back to Saudi Arabia, and he hasn't got great memories after that loss to Fabio Wardley. There's just so many good matches to be made in the heavyweight division now.
Right, that's why this opportunity is so big for these two. It really is, and some good work from Hrgovic. Started this 5th round really well, nice and rangy with that lead hand. You see there, just chopping down with the left hook. But I just want to see a change of pace here from Adelaide. He's got to get going, work.
Nice jab from Hrgovic, and it's the work rate that's different tonight from the Croatian. He's right from Adelaide. The single shots are still decent. That left hook really hurt Hrgovic a couple of rounds ago, but can he sustain it?
Hrgovic, he has a really good chin, Hrgovic, so you've got to hit with that whipping effort. The shots he doesn't see, that's when you come as Andy was saying, come from a low projection, you sort of roll into the shot. That was his chance there, Adelaide, to do that.
Just the thumping shots from Hrgovic. How much are they taking out of David Adelaide? A right hand and another body shot. Starting just to eat a few of these up now. Minute and a half left of the 5th, and he needs a bit of success here,
He does. He needs to bite down on that gum shield, get going. I'll tell you what, the accuracy's been good from Hrgovic. He's begun a bit wider with the shots now, hasn't he? Catching Adelaide on the temple, round the side. Oh, good one too.
Lovely work from Hrgovic. Lawrence Bakole shouting out instructions, trying to get David Adelaide to respond. Eric Chisora watching on, but Hrgovic has been good after the cut. He's responded very well.
Yeah, he's controlled the pace, hasn't he, with the long shot, the 1-2 down the middle, and Adelaide, just a lack of experience, doesn't know how to respond.
He's been saying it all week, hasn't he? Let's get down to business. And he's done just that. Since that cut, he's just gone about his work sensibly. He's been busy.
Stop! Again, David looks down at the corner. He's under sustained pressure here.
Nothing's hurt him though, Adam. I think that's the positive. He hasn't really been shook up yet, so. But they are scoring shots, so he has to realise that if they don't hurt you, it doesn't mean they're not winning in the fight.
Tell you what, Barry, as well, they've done a great job with the eye. I can't believe that's been patched up.
Shot there from Hrgovic again. He turned the hand over with that right hand.
And a body shot as well. Hrgovic winning these rounds. David Adelaide shipping punches, but coming back, elbow, I think went in there. But he's got to really go for it here, David Adelaide, because Hrgovic is pressure, taking these sessions and forging the lead.
Yeah, it's just more of the same, isn't it? Look, he had a little go there. Adelaide, and that's why you feel frustrated at times. You want to see him work more. What an opportunity he's got in front of him, but Hrgovic, as I said in that round, he's been accurate. Not huge, heavy shots, but they're landing.
Well, look who's in the building. A few minutes after Moses Ituma, here is Dillian White. We remember a month ago, Alexander Usyk arriving really early to Wembley, and Daniel Dubois really late. These two, plenty of time, and they are ready for battle. He looks really good, Dillian White, the latest in a decade. And he's put everything into this training camp. Whatever happens, he's taken this so seriously.
He's given himself the best chance, hasn't he? At 37, he's got experience in abundance. Can he get the job done? He's up against it, but I'm telling you now, in this division, anything can happen.
Mouth-watering matchup. Hamza Shiraz has just taken his place at ringside, the Riyadh season ambassador, alongside Joseph Parker. They're all coming in. David Adelaide needs to try and find something, and he's given the last 3 to Hrgovic. You have to agree with him. The 3 judges at ringside surely do.
Sorry. Hrgovic is well scored though, isn't he? So he's not overreaching with the right hand, he's punching straight down the middle. And that's just making it a bit harder as you get tired there, just to get to time that right hand with the left hook.
And again, the accuracy that I'm talking about, you know, when you're wasting shots, you're burning unnecessary energy, and he's not doing it, and constantly making Adelaide work.
And I tell you something what you do as well when you get tired. You stand up, you don't stay low with a wide stance, you stand up.
Total punches thrown, 274, and again,
treble landed from Hrgovic, power shots. Well,
but that Adam, the total punches thrown, 111. I want to see more from Adelaide. It's not enough.
But I'm really impressed with Hrgovic, because I'm not sure I've seen him throw that many in the first half of a fight before. I think that fitness is great now for Filip Hrgovic.
Taking another good left hook there, Adelaide. Showing a good chin.
So with Hrgovic, because he has that same rhythm with his punches, okay, it's easy to read when you're sharp, but they're not heavy shots. Well, they are heavy shots. They're not, like what Andy was saying, they're not power, he's not turning into the shot, they're knocking cold, but they do wear you down, wear you out.
That was a nice counter right hand from Hrgovic over the lazy jab of Adelaide.
Just taking a slight breather, Filip Hrgovic has really worked at a pace, and he was furious, really, that he took the Daniel Dubois fight. He said he shouldn't have done it. He was not well going into it, but Dubois was brilliant that night.
At some points here, I think Adelaide now has to try and push him back, whether it's with that wide stance, feinting with that front foot, but that takes lots of energy, especially when you're a big guy like he is as well. But certainly the double jab, up and down to the body, throw that right hand over the top. Just try and put a little bit of pressure or panic on Hrgovic.
Regardless of what it will do to your tank, you've got to go for it, haven't you?
I think so. Good left hook. But these punches are not hurting him, but as you tire, they will start to take an effect, as we see with Alexander Usyk so often.
Shakes his head again. David Adelaide tries to come back. Right hand of his own.
See, the little twitchy there, little movement. That's good from him there. Just making Hrgovic think. He's slowing down for a half a second. You've got to gap the flow.
How much is he going to come on from this experience, David Adelaide? Learning a great deal in the ring against a very, very good heavyweight in Filip Hrgovic.
Forward, forward, forward. There. Deep breaths, baby. You don't realise how tired he is. That's bad, but you've lost big fighting points. Done. It's done on points. It's done on points. When you let your hands go, he has no answer. And you just go like that and let him come your way. How bad do you want to prove yourself? Lee, you said you wanted this. You said you wanted this. You said
Very Chisora trying to fire up David Adelaide. Really interesting what Adam Booth said there. Andy, normally he's smooth and calm. He said, look, forget the points. We got to go for it. You got to let your hands go. He knows, doesn't he?
And how badly do you want it? Because if I'm in that corner and he continues this way, I'm thinking about pulling my man out, because although these are not concussive shots, they're sustained shots, and he's taken them far too often and far too cleanly. He's got to show something now, David Adelaide. Desire, heart, bravery, courage. He's got the ability. Look, you can see it's there. He just has to be consistent with it. I'm afraid that he might have left it too late. He's probably got too much has gone out of the tank. He's taken too much punishment. There you go. He's got to keep pushing forward now. Hrgovic's got to be smart. Let him have his little wave and then break his heart again.
Yeah, he's got to go. Exactly what Andy Lee said there. He's got to show us something. He's got to get busy because it's there. We know he can let the shots go.
That's the left hand of David Adeleye. Much better in the 7th round. Responding to Adam Booth. Hrgovic back with body and head shots. Chipping away, though. Just so debilitating for Adeleye, who gets a little bit of success and then has to ship the shots too.
It is, we're saying what Adelaide's got to do, but it's more of the same if you're Hrgovic. Just keep doing what you're doing, busy, accurate, sharp.
But when you're tired, like Adeleye is, clearly, it's having that faith and that trust in your ability to recover after you've thrown the shots. Because when you're knackered, you feel vulnerable. And in this weight division as well, that's the worst thing that can happen to you.
Andy was spot on there about what Adam Booth was saying, and I reckon Abel Sanchez in the other corner would have said, just be careful of an Adelaide response, which he did, and then come back.
He just got to keep punching long here, Hrgovic. He doesn't need to close the gap. I mean, unless he sees Adelaide dip or tire significantly more, then he can come in with that uppercut through the middle. But keep it long. Adelaide has an answer for that yet.
Getting swingy away with the hooks.
Oh, got caught there, Adelaide.
Yep. Hrgovic is strong and tough, and that extra experience, both amateur and pro, but it's a gritty effort, this, from David Adeleye, who's still in it, just about.
He's starting to load up a little bit as well with the left hooks, isn't he? He's missed with a few, but at least he's letting that shot go.
He's finding an easier target to hit here as well, Hrgovic.
Stop!
Hrgovic in control, but we remember when Justice Huni was at Ipswich the other week, and one big shot like that from Fabio Wardley.
Well, he asked for it, and
he delivered it almost. David Adelaide, he knows he can get to him with that left hand, but how much? Well, he's got to get the balance and the power and everything right at this stage of the fight.
Yeah, do you know what, as Barry said, and I echo, I'd like to see him doing it on the front foot.
Very, very good. Just make sure we keep that jab in his face, and this hook from the outside, I want to jab after that to set up a right hand. Okay, the jab's going to set up the right hand right after that. Okay, Doc, go ahead. I got it controlled. Yeah. I have it controlled. Deep breath. Deep breath. How you doing, Philip? Very good. So if you just play around, very good, very good. I'm gonna answer for you. How's that? Make sure that we're ready at all times.
How about that for multitasking, Adam?
Well, that's what Abel Sanchez does. He's got the cut under control, he's got the corner, he's got his fighter there. Summit HQ, I've been up there at altitude in Big Bear, and I think that's given Filip Hrgovic a new lease of life when he needed it. And he's punching with authority here. Start of the 8th round.
He's come up the gate here, hasn't he? Looking for the finish, I think, Hrgovic here. Solid right hand, left hook.
Yep, he knows that Fabio Wardley got to David Adelaide, stopped him. And it's getting really difficult on the cards.
As much as we're winning, Adelaide, good right hand and legs, now steady.
He was shaken there, goes downstairs and he fights fire with fire. Adelaide, he sticks his nails into a monstrous right hand, and down he goes. And he said he'll be as brave as anybody. He'll be courageous to the end in this fight, David Adelaide. But he is being really hurt now. Down in this 8th round, he just sticks his tongue out at Abel Sanchez, and the guts of Adelaide's brilliant here. He's going to
He's still completely gone, though.
But Hrgovic's legs look slightly unsteady.
I was thinking the corner should throw the towel in. Then all of a sudden...
Well, he said all week, didn't he, David, that he would absolutely give it everything from start to finish, and he's done it against a pretty decent Filip Hrgovic tonight, who's beginning to tee off a bit more.
Hrgovic's got that right angle. He should be covering it up with that right hand.
Yeah, long left hook, right hand. Still
Chopping
plenty
down
of time in this round as well, for both, you could say.
Gets his hands up there, Adelaide, but he can't see them all coming. There's the left hook counter. And Hrgovic, now with 55 seconds, has got to hold on.
Got to try and get it. He turned him. Well done.
Hrgovic won't go down here. He's got a good chin. Getting down his feet. It's all Adelaide in one of the rounds of the year here in Riyadh. Thunderous heavyweight action. Who's punched himself out first? Extraordinary, Barry.
You can't teach that. You can't teach that instinct just to throw with no regard for your health.
Hrgovic sucks it up, and he didn't take a count. So remember, Adelaide did go down, so it should be a 10-8 to Hrgovic, but how the Croatian stayed on his feet. What a chin, and what resilience.
What a round.
Good response here from Hrgovic.
Great position. Now Adelaide's in trouble again at the end of one of the best heavyweight rounds you will see. What a treat. People on their feet here applauding. Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn with the biggest smiles on their faces. I tell you what, you can't teach that, Barry.
But it went from thinking the corner should throw the towel in to Hrgovic almost out on his feet. That was unbelievable. And then he came back, Hrgovic. It looked like Adelaide had spent, but he really went for it. And the balance of combinations that he threw again was just fantastic. Like a right hand there, Darren, from Hrgovic, looking like Adelaide was out on his feet.
Yeah, chopping down round the left guard of Adelaide, and again he lands another one, and you just thought that was it, all she wrote. Would Adam Booth throw in the towel? But yeah, look at that, right on the temple. What a shot. That's an absolute cracker of a right hand, but back comes Adelaide. Look at that for a left hook. Lawrence Bakole in the background. What a round, Adam.
But then the second phase of that, when he rallied with, what was it, 20, 30 punches non-stop? Unbelievable stuff. From a man who was exhausted, by the way.
What a phenomenal round. What happens next in this? Hrgovic a mile ahead on points and with the knockdown as well. But the spirit and the guts of David Adelaide, and some good technique and listening to instructions as well. He's trying to pace himself. Hrgovic, though, looking super sharp and super fit.
Yeah, good variation with the work there. Couple upstairs, dropping back downstairs, good. Changing of the levels. Still looking for that left hook, though. Off the ropes is Adelaide.
I mean, he could just box his way home here, Hrgovic, but he sometimes doesn't choose that, and that's what makes him exciting.
But also, you can't give Adelaide some impetus to come forward either. Rolling that left hook again. I think you've got to keep him on the ropes here. You've got to keep him under the cosh.
Lovely right hand from Hrgovic, but he's shaken off that 30 seconds or so of dizziness from David Adelaide, who looks down at Adam again in the corner. That's got to be Abel Sanchez and this training camp now in Big Bear with Hrgovic.
And he really trusts his tank, doesn't he? He's still busy, still working. Good tempo to his boxing, Hrgovic.
Well, it's as good a pace, as good a rhythm as I've seen Hrgovic.
I would say one thing, he's dictating most of the pace, and that's quite important because it's at your pace. You go when you go. And that helps you, and that's why it's quite important to take the fight at the scruff of the neck quite often.
Stop! Well, certainly flip it and make your opponent question their tank.
Unsurprisingly, a quieter, calmer round after the drama of what happened in the 8th. Both men must be feeling it now. They put so much into this and so much at stake. I mean, the winner talking about maybe fighting the winner of the White Ituma match. There's so much that lie ahead.
Just missing that right hook again, Hrgovic. That is the shot. Yeah, pace slowed. We'll let him off though.
He just doesn't need to get close, does he, Hrgovic, at all? Jabbing, 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 right hand over the top. And for Adelaide, it's hard, but it's tiring, but to stay low. Throw that jab upwards and then throw that right hand over the top. Bowl it over if you have to.
Well, he hits so hard, David Adelaide, that you can never write him off. And he might just be saving one humdinger for the final round. But Hrgovic boxing his way to victory here.
He's got to throw the left hook off of that right hand, Adelaide. Really turn the hips into the shot like he did there, missing though, but that's good work again from Hrgovic. Good accuracy.
I want to take this out and wash it, okay? Wash it. Ben, wash it.
Well, let's have a reminder of the 8th round, because it will be watched over and over again. It's already a contender for the 3 minutes of the year.
He was, yeah, he turned to Adelaide with that right hand, with that chopping right hand there. Adelaide on his floor. Adelaide recovered quite well. Took the neck, took the knee, took the rest, and came back with a lovely left hook. Hurting Hrgovic then. Both tied looking at the hole, but Hrgovic was in trouble and steady on his legs. Looked to have recovered. And then all of a sudden then, the rally from Adelaide after that was fantastic.
That was epic. He's been quick off his stool at the beginning of every round, Filip Hrgovic, and that eye that was cut in the second has survived. Well done to the red corner team. Well done as well to the blue corner for keeping David Adelaide in this, under the cosh for so much of it, but still with an opportunity, a chance, maybe, very, very late on.
He's trying to creep forward now, isn't he, Adelaide? As we've been calling for. Can he get that left hook back into play? Yes, the scorecard of Andy Lee there. Andy lead for Filip Hrgovic.
Well, we've seen stranger things happen in the heavyweight division than some bizarre twist, a late drama, but he is running out of time, seriously, David Adelaide, and probably running out of puff as well, I should imagine. He's put so much in, and Hrgovic reasserting himself with neat, tidy boxing, Barry.
Yeah, but you know what? Except for taking the punches, which are never good for you, this is a great learning experience. He stepped up a level here. No, took a risk. I mean, it's a no-lose situation that you get hurt, of course, but I mean, for him stepping up to this level, but he'll learn so much, not so much about Hrgovic, or about himself and how he copes with pressure.
Almost 500 punches thrown from Filip Hrgovic. That's what I'm going to remember about this fight, his conditioning, his stamina over the course of 10 rounds. He's boxed really well. But I agree, Darren, with Barry, about a learning education for David Adelaide. You can't buy this.
No, you can't, and it's what you take away from it, and then bundles too. You're looking at those stats we see a moment ago. He needs to be busier, and the accuracy's got to be better. Didn't land nearly enough. But showed so much heart. A good chin as well. He's taken an awful lot of right hands. He really has. Kept going, kept trying.
I don't know how I feel if I was Hrgovic, because you were a step above in everyone's mind, and this is a fight where you thought, most people thought, you'd be able to get rid of Adelaide. So I don't know how you feel about the performance. I think it's been a good watch for us. And Adelaide's risen to the occasion, I would say that much.
I guess, you know, you could look at the scorecard at the end of this, if we do hear the final bell, and you say, do you know what, I've comfortably won this. I mean, look, there was some worrying moments at times, but generally, you know, I've bossed this contest.
And it's been exciting. It's been a really good watch. He's not the sort of guy you want to run into on a street corner, Filip Hrgovic. He's a tough man. He withstood some punishment from David Adelaide, and he's got to again here. Late on, 20 seconds left for the Brit to find one of these big left hooks, and he's trying so desperately hard.
He's hurt there, Adelaide.
Last 10 seconds. Deserves to hear the bell, David Adelaide. 10 rounds of experience in the bank for the Brit. Well done to him. But Filip Hrgovic did what he needed to do tonight. Boxed the plan with efficiency.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Marco Morcadelli scores it 98-91, and both judges, Leszek Jankowiak and Enrico Licini, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 99-90. All for your winner by unanimous decision. And now both the WBO International and WBA Continental Gold Heavyweight Champion, Philip El Animal Hrgovic.
2 victories over 2 Brits this year. Joe Joyce in Manchester and David Adeleye in Riyadh. He's got his career back up and running.
Good luck, fellas.
Plenty of respect between the two. They've sparred together. This is extraordinary. It's bizarre. It's mad. But yes, Martin Bakole is fresh in from the Congo. How fresh? No one's even talked about the time difference or his sleep. Who knows? But he believes he will knock out Joseph Parker tonight. And Parker bravely said yes after Dubois' illness. And the 33-year-old from New Zealand, who's had a full hard camp, is ripped and ready to defend his WBO interim belt in this, Darren, peculiar matchup.
Yeah, it is indeed. What we've seen already from Joseph Parker, there's quite a few feints, and I expect lots of this to try and empty the tank that way, mentally drain the fight from Bakole. Look at the size of Martin Bakole, huge.
Look at the size of Parker. For Parker, by the way, he's massive.
He is massive. Weighing in at 269 pounds, put on so much bulk, but he says great strength. Remember, preparing for Dubois, got to be careful of Bakole's swinging shots early. The way he marched down Jared Anderson in his best performance last summer. But how many rounds has he really got in him?
The consensus is that Bakole's got to get him out there early, otherwise he can't continue, and I understand that. But no one's really thought about Parker getting him out early. And looking at the shape of him now, the size on Parker, I think if he lands with a big right hand over the top, as strong as Bakole has been, if he ain't fit, he might be in trouble.
And I think this will be the target area for Parker. The body with the straight shots, then he can work back upstairs. But in doing that with the straight shots, you are open to the uppercut. And we see against Anderson how devastating he throws that shot.
Just a bit wild there with that looping left hand there, Parker. And he walked onto a jab and he just blinking a little bit. He is really heavy-handed, Martin Bakole.
Oh, the natural strength and power of Bakole. And the way he sort of effortlessly throws the shots from different angles, and he whipped that hook in. Looks like he has brought some speed with him from the Congo.
But his timing's good. It always has been good. Without the energy that he never really shown in his career, and even really speed is not really his friend, but his timing is very, very good. And that's why when he walks it, he slowly walks up to you, but he somehow still catches you with that uppercut. Just times you very well.
Parker's on a great run, won his last 5 since that knockout defeat to Joe Joyce, but he's come right back, and that relationship he's got with Andy Lee is brilliant, and Andy will try and guide him through these early rounds.
And his stamina is better now than it was back then. Let's not remember that. I know that was a hard, grueling fight, but his stamina is a lot better now.
Yeah, it's incredible to think he's only 33, Joseph Parker. It seems like he's been around forever, but what he has gained in that time is tons of experience.
Got to be careful of those uppercuts. Was stopped by Joe Joyce and floored a couple of times by Zhang before he beat him on points. So needs to be very careful of the Bakole power.
Water, Alan. Yeah.
Joseph Parker's corner. Andy Lee trains in Ireland. Has a big family back home in New Zealand. Father of 5, Joe Parker. And one of the nicest guys in the business, isn't he?
He really is. He's in such a good place with his team that you alluded to. George Lockhart, Andy Lee, the experience that he has.
Look at the size of his legs, his thighs. George Lockhart has worked so hard on the conditioning. What of the condition of Martin Bakole, Billy Nelson as ever in the corner, who trains him up in Scotland. But he hasn't had that privilege before this one. But Bakole's one of these guys who spars a lot, and he might just be ready for this.
He just got, with Joseph Parker, he just got to be, just not make any silly mistakes. He jumped in a few times and he got clipped. So you've got to do that, but don't get too greedy. You just think, you know, I can let this go a few rounds and he should wear it out. He should tire it out.
Big punches from Parker to the body. But a bit of blood to the nose of the New Zealand man, and Bakole's just trying to walk him down, march forward.
You don't want to fight with him. Just punch, keep moving, punch, keep moving. And for Bakole, just start being a bit more forced with that jab. When you're walking him down, but even if you're pouring that jab out.
Just dabbing the nose again, Parker.
Yeah, he's really trying to impose that size now, isn't he? Really walking forward, but I like how he throws the right hand, Joseph Parker. He takes his head off the line to the left, really whips in the right hand, looking for the left hook then.
He doesn't want to be there, though, with those uppercuts.
Body shot from Bakole was a good one. Left hand, he just felt that, Parker.
Oh, and again.
Yeah, there was an uppercut before it as well that lifted his head up.
That timing of about 3 weeks ago in London, Martin Bakole, he said he was going to fight AJ and knock him out in 4. Dubois would last 2, and Usyk he'd give him 6.
A good shot there from Parker. See, Parker's got to stop loading up here, otherwise he'll be the one gassing out.
It's turning into a real fight. Bakole! What a shot from Joe Parker! And he was befuddled, and he's down. And I'm not sure he's going to make this count, Martin Bakole. Just about. He gets back to his corner.
Billy
Nelson's brought him out. All over. Inside 2. Joe Parker does get the job done. And he does it by stoppage. Martin Bakole halted 48 hours. He gets here, but he didn't deliver for long. Wow. Parker does it in style. What a shot. And that's the power he now possesses.
Wow. Look, we said this was going to be a bit of a war, a shootout, and in the end, Joseph Parker's the one that brought the bigger gun to the war. Incredible.
I'm frustrated. I just told someone, Bakole can't just walk him down like that because he could, that heavyweight punch is different. We just saw it. I get it. He hasn't been, you know, camp, hasn't been training hard, you know, all those sorts of things. But those are irresponsible things that no fighter should ever do in the ring.
Yeah, agreed. Billy Nelson decided to wave it off. I think there was only about 20 seconds left in that round. Did he get it right?
I don't agree with it. However, that's his coach. Coach is like a dad. Second thing closest to you, to a family member. He knew something that we didn't know, I'm sure, and it happened.
Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. Big one, this one. April 26th, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The first one was billed as born rivals. This one, born hatred. I mean, these two do not like each other. Fantastic fight, that one. 26th of April, live from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That man in the ring, though, a lot of credit to him. Here is the shot.
Big shot right there.
Massive shot, top of the head. Messes with the equilibrium.
It looked like he ate it at first, and then he fell apart. Now, when you talk about training, here's the thing. When you've got the lung capacity, oxygen goes to the brain and gets there quick enough, and he wouldn't have had that sort of, might not have had that sort of reaction to that punch right there had he been training. So yes, that's one of the downfalls of taking a short notice fight.
How damaging a defeat for Bakole? I know people are going to say it was only a couple of days, but he was on a bit of a trajectory. He was the boogeyman of the division.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's been knocked out in 2 rounds. How damaging a defeat?
Let me tell you what he's got to do. He's got to lose some weight. He's got to come back, and he's got to show himself to be who he was against Jared Anderson. If he doesn't do that in his next fight out, then this is damaging. This is very damaging.
There was a fight scheduled against F.A. Jagba for May 3rd in New York. Does that still happen?
He's on the 30-day
30-day suspension
at least. Could be longer than that. So I think if anything, that fight is delayed now. But I think that fight should still happen for Bakole.
You know, you made a point about the size of him. Obviously, look, this one's coming late notice. It's 310 pounds for this one.
Yeah.
But 284 for Jared Anderson, before that 299 against Carlos Takam. Does he need to look at that? Do we need to start taking this seriously now and get to a weight which is more healthy for him? A more healthy walk-around weight, at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's 33 years old, so he's not a grandpa yet. However, with the size, the structure that he has at his size, he can't afford to get 300 plus because it'll be hard for him to take off. And, you know, what heavyweight likes to work that hard, you know?
I can see Spencer Brown in the ring, Frank Warren. All of them look very, very happy, as does, obviously, Joseph Parker. Let's get the official decision with Michael Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end comes at 2 minutes, 17 seconds of round number 2. The winner by knockout victory, still the WBO interim heavyweight world champion, Lupe Soleil La'a Ole Ole Maleatoa, Big Joseph Harker.
All times and the best of people, touch gloves.
Ipswich had their troubles at elite level this last season. How hard a clash will this be for their beloved Fabio Wardley? Wonderful turnout of support, but a very good man in front of him, Justice Huni, standout amateur, and like Wardley, unbeaten as a professional. Here we go, Huni in the lion's den. Wardley has not lost in 19 and 17 have finished by knockout, and that right hand that detonated on Fraser Clark is what it stands out in the memory.
Right, he commits to the shot, he really does, and not holding back already in this opening round. It's important for Huni to stay switched on, stay disciplined. Don't get carried away, don't waste anything, move, stay out of trouble. Weather an early storm for Fabio. I think it's about trying to get that right hand, as we've mentioned, into play early.
Good use of the left from Huni, who needs to settle and get in the rhythm. Barry's been boxing since he was a kid. He's got all that amateur pedigree. He should know his way around if he can get into this and avoid the power.
Well, we perceive Huni to be the better technical boxer here, so what he has to do is, every time Wardley makes a mistake, make him pay for it with a sharp left hook or a sharp right hand. If he misses, you've got to make him counter. And for Wardley, it's to drag Huni into that deep water as quick as you can, because he's been there before, Wardley, and Huni maybe hasn't.
Yeah, that classic first encounter last year with Fraser Clark. One of the best British fights in recent times, and then that dramatic rematch. Fabio Wardley, an unexpected hero, and the WBA #1 is for the interim belt. Of course, Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois fight for all the marbles on the zone in July, but this will get these guys closer.
He carries a nice high guard, Huni, but I think head movement's so important here. He can't afford to take any shots high on top of the head, on the temple. That's a good body shot and a right hand.
Yeah, lovely work from Justice Huni. Wardley back behind his jab, but that combination, head to body, he's clever, Huni.
Wardley shouldn't have him that close though. I mean, Wardley trying to stay a little bit controlled here, but he's still going to be keeping that right hand, that's very active. Keep Huni in that reactive mode. Don't let him walk you down like he's sort of trying to do right now.
Wardley jabbing to the body, trying to get the guard down of Huni so he can crack in one of those huge, heavy right hands. But Huni, if he can be clever here and get into a rhythm, Darren, this will be much more in his favour.
Yeah, and the feet, very important. And we just see there how quickly he's glided out of range there to avoid that overhand right. They're going to be so important. I feel like his feet have quickened up as well since the Lorena fight. He's sharpened up everything, and that's so important in this contest.
But for Huni, moving to his right, staying away from that right hand of Wallin, is going to be paramount for him.
Right, a little bit slow to start, you let him sort of go, but when you've got going, it's nice, but you need to back up. Once you're already on that back foot, you need to force into it, mate. Slip over to the side and quick punches on him. Now keep the lead hand up, right? Work the body. You make him miss the big right hand, but you can do anything awful. Start believing, right? Everything good? Right, what do you see? Slow, like. He's slow, but he's right.
Was a good opening round from Justice Huni, but right at the end, he was hurt.
Yeah, it was a right hand. You see it short shot, and you see the legs just stagger of Huni.
He was hurt a few times by Kevin Lorena out in Saudi. 1 or 2 question marks about the Huni chin. But into the second round, he's unbeaten in 12. The Australian, Fabio Wardley, with 18 wins in his 19 fights, just that one draw with Fraser Clark. Big win over David Adeleye. He's done so well, Wardley. Can he get rid of Justice Huni tonight when he was preparing for Big Baby Miller? Totally different style.
Yeah, it is, but I think, you know, the way he fights, it almost doesn't matter who he's up against, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be him dragging you into his wall that wins in the fight. The power, the swinging in with that right hand, that's his money punch. And Huni was hurt early in the Lorena fight, in the second round, and in the last round, but he still won the fight. So, you know, he knows how to survive. But Huni was boxing well in that first round, and I think on the way to winning that round, and maybe that punch might have just swayed it the other way.
Jab from Wardley, again to the body.
He's doing the right thing where he's positioned in the ring, Huni. He's not getting backed up. He's allowing space behind him so he can use those quick feet to glide out of range. That's a good jab followed by a left hook from the Australian.
Yeah, decent speed from Justice Huni.
Not so much the speed as well, Adam. He punched to the chest with the jab, so he could throw that left hook over the top. Just dropping the hands of Wardley ever so slightly.
But he's got quick hands, and he moves well, Huni. It's the education he's had from a very young boy in the gyms and around the amateur tournaments in the world that Fabio Wardley didn't have. I mean, what Wardley's done is incredible. But technically, Fraser Clark in that first fight had him in trouble a few times. He was open. There are gaps, but he's so tough and strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, in that first fight, he would have learned so much. You know, he realised that he had lots of attributes that you can't taught, you can't be taught, you can't buy. You know, heart, desire, will to win. But he got it right in the rematch, didn't he? With that unquestionable power with both hands.
Yep, very, very nasty knockout of Fraser Clark. Good to see Fraser back with a big win the other day as well.
He's just willing to go to that dark place very, very quickly, Wardley. That's the difference between most fighters. He wants to, but he can be hurt and he can be hit as well. With that low left hand, he invites a fast right hand over the top.
He doesn't seem worried, Huni, about the Wardley power here.
No, like I say, he's doing the right thing. He's showing, you know, what he's trying to show Fabio no respect at all. Obviously, he will be. But the way he's sort of creeping forward, he's moving his head nicely, which is so important.
Too many lulls. Yeah? Okay. If there's a big lull, he's going to go. It's going to be hard to tie him. Okay? Like the water bag drill, blending it in, Jabs in the space, fakes, disguise it, sneaking a 1-2.
It's high guard a lot. What? It's high guard a lot, so firm, yeah.
One size fits all. You're not committed to those in the space.
Okay.
That right hand round the side, you need to shorten it up a little bit as well, yeah?
Robert Hodgkins is always met by Wallin. Very good corner around Fabio Wardley. Moses and Talde, his stablemate, just at ringside. Dillian White is his big mentor. Was meant to be on the show tonight, but he may have a big fight lined up this summer. That would be great for Dillian White. Fabio Wardley exceeded all expectations of him when he turned professional a few years ago. Now edging towards a world title shot, but he's got to deal with this very, very confident Justice Huni, who's put a combination in there early in the third round, and Wardley takes it.
Tell you what, there was a heavy, sorry Barry, a heavy left hook to the chest of Wardley.
He felt that left hook, Wardley. I mean, that's sometimes when he's most dangerous, when he's hurt and when he's tired, Wardley. So he sometimes looks unsteady and he comes back with a big shot to get himself out of trouble. But you got to be careful there with that right hand a little bit low, the left hand also low. And with the fast hands of Huni, you're inviting trouble.
I like the look of Justice Huni so far. Eddie Hearn was very confident that Frank Warren's made a rare mistake. He had Wardley, of course, at Matchroom. Now under the Queensberry banner, Justice Huni is his guy. An underdog going in, but I think round by round, he'll be believing in himself here, Huni.
Yeah, he will for sure. And look, I don't think he'll mind that he was facing a big puncher in Fabio Wardley. And the reason I say that, being a natural boxer, which he is, he's an aggressive, come-forward fighter, but to get that style into play, when you're fighting a big puncher, you get them to faint, you get them to load up so they tense up and they start telegraphing the shot. Then you can start countering like that. Beautiful left hook.
Wonderful work here from Justice Huni in the third round, and the crowd have gone quiet. Frank Warren just bellowing out instructions at ringside. Just a bit of a nervous look on the Queensberry promotional faces at the other side of the ring as Justice Huni has given Fabio Wardley little respect here for his punch power.
I just think he's got to tidy up defensively inside Fabio. Just keep the hands a little low. That's a good shot though.
Back comes Wardley with a combination up against the ropes and trying to free his arms for the big swings. One shot on one. It's Fabio Wardley as the action heats up in the third round. And what a round here at Ipswich. Huni and Wardley going to war.
After he throws that right hand, Wardley, you've got to come up with the left uppercut, right through the middle. Right hand over the top, left uppercut, puts him back on line to throw that straight right hand again.
Right to the head and body from Wardley, who is under pressure. Back comes Huni. Terrific action.
That was a good right hand in response from Huni. He needs to try and sustain this last 10 seconds though.
Oh, big right hand from Huni. What a round of boxing. 3 minutes of savage heavyweight action, and we love it. And there's more. If we could take it, Opataya is back. Joy, one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world in a few hours' time, defending his IBF Super Lightweight title. Sorry, his IBF Cruiserweight title. There's so much coming on. His Cruiserweight belt on the line against the unbeaten Italian Takeo. That's in a few hours' time on the Gold Coast. Cruiserweight action, heavyweight action. It's been brilliant this so far.
We're going to see this. There's a mistake here from Wardley. He leans over there with his hands low and then so leans into that left hook. But he recovered quite well, and then when he had him on the ropes, looked like under pressure. All of a sudden he explodes into a combination here, Wardley. Has him under pressure, but right at the end of the round he took a shot and he walked back to the corner unsteady on his legs there, Fabio Wardley.
Right hand from Wardley. Oh, terrific start to the fourth, and he's going for it. It's bombs away here. Carl Frampton is brilliant.
Yeah, really good fight so far, isn't it? And I just about ended that last round to Huni, actually. I know Fabio had that wee spell where he looked like he hurt Huni, but I think the majority of the round, the better stuff was coming from Huni. I have Fabio 2-1 up.
at this stage, but it's already shaping up into a great fight. Fabio only knows one way to how to fight. He can't. He's not a boxer. He's a brute, and he'll try and take you out, and that's what it looks like he's trying to do. But he's in against a serious opponent here, someone who knows what he's doing, and Justice Huni. And this is going to be exciting while it lasts.
Yeah, Huni's just not allowing him to be on the front foot. That's where Fabio wants to be. He wants to be the aggressor, but he's not allowing him, Huni, and that's what's making it really interesting here.
Yep, trying to back him up, take centre ring, Justice Huni. He's no feeling out the process, gone straight to work, real confidence running through the veins of the Australian, who fancies he can take Wardley out here. Wardley just defensively opens, but then he fires back.
He's punching up and down there, Huni. He did it just a second ago. He jabbed it to the chest again and threw a right hand over the top. And then he's up against the ropes there, just changing the levels of the shots, and that's something that Wardley's not quite used to.
Heavyweight action, live on the zone. It's another fabulous one, Wardley and Huni.
This is speed and pedigree shining through at the minute. Classy shot selection with so much pace on the shots from Huni, and that pedigree operating at such a high level in the amateurs, and we're seeing it here.
Yeah, good defense from Justice Huni, light on his feet, right hand, and he's boxing really well here. He's come in to take his chance, and he's really going for it. Justice Huni, Wardley fires back. He might need the crowd here, Wardley, and they've gone quiet again, Darren.
I tell you what, he cleverly stayed low there, Huni, and he just sort of like made himself a real small target, but really close to Wardley, and he just couldn't let his punches go, Wardley, like he normally would.
Yeah, good work to the body. I feel he needs to trade with Huni here, Wardley. Let the shots go. As he's throwing them shots to the body, fire with the right hand over the top.
Huni's landing more here. And for me, he's winning this fight. But there's a long way to go.
The Wardley looks a bit tired, a bit jaded, doesn't he, Wardley? But then doesn't he always, and that's when I can say it again, when he sometimes does his best work. The Huni boxing's clever here, boxing nice and smart.
Look how quick the feet were there, Barry.
Blood from the nose of Justice Huni, who's got to be so switched on, so far, so good for this Australian challenge.
Right, he's trying to press harder now, yeah, because you're spending a lot of time not in space. A few more probes in the space, shuffle him back. He'll gallop towards you. Try and capitalise on that one. Turn over. Yeah, a few more probes while shuffling back.
Probes or sharp jabs?
Probes. Probing in the space like half-face jab, shuffling back.
Bring it up the middle,
He'll
turn
keep
over.
the face going. As he gallops, puts that behind him.
Back foot, small steps, back foot, back foot, back foot. As you're the distance, we will gallop. Time up. Vacation, time it for both, yeah?
You can't keep dipping down.
Fabio Wardley, who's going to become a dad anytime soon in the next few days. But he's got business to take care of here at his beloved Ipswich town in the blue and white. And the long white socks, the big man from Ipswich, in with the Australian Justice Huni, both undefeated. And Huni giving a great account of himself already. Wardley having some success. That chopping shot at the end of the first, it seemed to trouble Huni. But I like the way Huni's shaping up here.
But that's better there for Wardley. You've got to be the stalker. He really has, even though he's up against a guy which he's not used to, with fast feet and fast, not just fast hands, fast feet. And I think the footwork's confusing Wardley, but he's better when he's the stalker. Trying to counter punch here against Huni is not working for him at the minute.
Look at that, the power shots through 4 rounds. He's thrown 10 more, Huni, than Wardley has, and Wardley's the one with a big punching power in this contest.
Tries the uppercut, Wardley. It's almost like every fight he's learning more, Fabio Wardley, because of the lack of amateur experience. 4 white-collar fights, Darren. It's extraordinary.
I mean, remarkable. As Barry said, in the build-up here, on the ring walk, he's sold this, he's created this, a white-collar fight. But yeah, learning on the job still. But this is really good work from Justice Huni, working the body roll, going back upstairs, the variation on point, the speed, and then the defence afterwards. Class.
And that feint with the jab there in close with the left hook was lovely. Really well disguised there from Huni. Showing his intelligence here at the minute.
Cracking jab, they exchange body shots, but more from Huni. And Eddie Hearn was saying beforehand, they've just got the better fighter, and they might do. Wardley with work to do here.
You know at any second of any round, or for every round rather, Wardley's dangerous. He can switch your lights off in a split second.
He's got that in his locker, he knows it. And he tries a right hand there. But Huni keeping close when he needs to, and going back to work, and a lovely right hand from Justice Huni. And he's in a real war here, and he's loving it.
He is, and he's really sinking in the body shots, Adam. Really turning the hip and the waist into the shot.
And at the distance of boxing, because he's a neater puncher, he's getting there first, even with the hooks and the straight punches, because he's more compact.
Yep.
So you got to get it longer here, Wardley, and wing the punches in like he only knows how to.
Justice Huni at 26 already giving the performance of his life. A long way from home at 5 weeks' notice. Fabio Wardley trying to chip away at the body, but Huni at the moment knows more.
Great ground. That's it, mate. You were forced in back now. It's a good punching, but we don't want to get mixed up in a big brawl. But you've got to, when you're there, you let your hands go. You're better than him in the short range. It's only the mid-range where he's got any sort of chance. Come on, mate, this is yours. Build and build. You've got, remember that ticker there? You've got a bigger ticker than anyone, right? Smart. Get off the centre line a bit more often. Don't stay in that centre line when we play foot. If you're there, you've got to be up the body.
Mark Wilson with the words there. Uppercut from Wardley. But another round surely to Justice Huni.
Yeah, boxing nicely, he really is. As they said in the corner, they're working nicely. Compact shots inside. The right uppercut, the left hook, class.
It's not been a slow start from Fabio Wardley. He's had success, but Justice Huni has been right on it.
Well, we've been praising how Wardley dragged you into his fight. Certainly I was. But Huni's been in his fight. It's been in his tempo, and he's pushing Wardley back. So Wardley has to be offensive. That's the only way he knows how to be effective. It's the only way he can win the fight is being effective and punching long. His mid-range, short range is all in Huni's favour.
Carl, I know the first round was close on your card. How are you seeing it now?
I have Huni 3-2 up now. He's boxing really well here at the minute, and I get the impression that Fabio's feeling a little bit sorry for himself. He keeps leaning down to try to avoid Huni's shots, but Fabio's leaning to his own right side with a low right hand and walking in the left hook. He keeps doing it. He hasn't changed it yet, and maybe that's the inexperience, but I think Huni's boxing very, very well at this stage.
Just a reminder, though, the general feel was that if Wardley was to win this, he may do it coming from behind.
But I would say, Darren, but we thought, it's lovely from Huni there. We thought that Huni would be busting a gut to be winning those rounds, and I'm not quite sure he is.
I don't think he is. I think he's boxing beautifully here. Justice Huni. Fabio Wardley needs success just to derail, trying to get that confidence seeping out of Huni. Remind him where he is, at Ipswich, in his territory. But Huni, light on his feet and boxing so well.
Needs to follow that jab to the body with a right hand upstairs, Wardley. But he does look tired, doesn't he? Just sort of leaning on Huni there.
And again, just a reflex of the Huni, and I think Wardley's noticed that. That's why he's a little bit tender to let his hands go, because he knows, like we said at the start of the fight, if he makes a mistake, Huni will jump on him. And I think he's felt that a few times, so he's just not letting his hands go as freely and as wildly as he quite would. His rawness was sort of his superpower, wasn't it? Really. His unconventional approach helped him, and at the minute it's not quite there. And Huni's boxing fantastic.
I'll tell you what, He really has learned bundles, Huni, from that Lorena fight. He's come on so much, he really has. The speed of foot, the reactions are a lot sharper.
There's a big smile on the face of Eddie Hearn, and Frank Warren looks worried because they know boxing, and Justice Huni is performing here. Another right hand, and he's relaxed, and before he goes for the uppercut, he needs something to detonate on Huni and stop the rhythm that the Australian has got into here. Halfway stage coming up, Huni. Wow, what a performance so far.
He's got you playing his game.
He's got you playing his game. Did you hear them in the corner?
Yeah, well, he has. You know, he's dictating the pace. He really is. And I think it's all about getting that distance right for Wardley. But Huni, you know, just jumping in with combinations, using that. And it's all about the feet for me for Huni. The fast hands, for the way he explodes in with his feet, he closes the distance really quick. And again, with that right hand, he's done it 3 times in 3 different parts of the fight so far. Jabbing low to the chest, but throwing that right hand over the top. And Wardley's falling for it every time.
Eddie Hearn enjoying the show. Getting very animated. You can see him ringside there, really rallying and getting behind his charge.
Eddie reminding us all what happened when Baby Miller pulled out of the Joshua fight and Andy Ruiz came in at 5 weeks' notice and beat his man. And this is what he feels is going to happen tonight. Baby Miller out, Justice Huni taking the chance. Hats off to both of them for making this match, because it's a really good one. But Huni is the one in control.
Yeah, boxing nicely, staying switched on, composed, dominating again from the centre of the ring. Good defensive skills, obviously offensively on point. Lovely jab there, working the body so well. Look how quick that is, double jab right hand again.
2 right hands from Justice Huni. Fabio Wardley open but comes back with body shots. He's so tight and hard and lets it to the face of Bournemouth Road, trying to rally them down.
I tell you what, though, Wardley's pushing. He's not throwing his punches. Wardley's pushing his punches out. He's not the same acceleration in his work. I think a gum shield's out.
A momentary respite, and Frank Warren talking to Fabio Wardley. Throw that right hand. He needs something to happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He needs to roll the dice now. He needs to let the shots go. Commit to the shots. We've been speaking about it since this fight was announced. Whenever Fabio Wardley fights, that he really puts everything into the shots. He needs to do that now. He needs to find something. Again, good shot from Huni.
He's hurt here. Fabio just has to hold on. Justice Huni, 1.5 minutes into the 7th.
Just walked onto a jab there, didn't he?
Yeah, and a mark under the left eye. It's just a case of Huni knowing more, the pedigree, but the way he's delivering it with the confidence tonight, almost a swagger in the Huni work.
And also, we had questions about Huni's chin, but it hasn't been a question, because I don't think Wardley's landing a real solid shot on the chin.
Lovely jab, beautiful work again from Justice Huni.
It's the speed. He just can't see the shots coming, Fabio.
And also, you're talking, like, because Fabio haven't got that grounding to fall back on, that the double jab closes the distance, but he's not used to doing that, so he hasn't learned that really. But he turned so very late, so it's going to be difficult for him to adjust here.
Quick right hands from Huni. Body shot back from Wardley, but he just eats up another. And now Fabio Wardley, and he's beginning to get into some trouble here. 20 seconds left in the 7th.
Yeah, he looks jaded, he looks hurt. And this is menacing, the way he's just creeping forward with such confidence, Huni.
Dominating here, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Absolutely. He's been brilliant, Justice Huni. Fabio Wardley showing a good chin as always. But he's just chipping away, Huni. How close is Fabio Wardley tonight. He's been absolutely superb. July is a busy month for us. Usyk and Dubois, of course, on the 19th, the week before, on the 12th, the third Ring Magazine show. Two co-main events, Hamza Shiraz against Edgar Berlanga, Shakur Stevenson tackling William Zabeda. It's a blockbuster night from New York. Can't wait for that one, July the 12th. This one, Fabio Wardley, trying everything, game, brave, tough. But tonight, it's all about Justice Huni.
He's doing everything right. He's dictating everything. And in our last round especially, he had everything in his own way. And I mean, Carl just talking, I think he's enjoying himself. He really is.
This is someone who's dedicated their whole life to boxing. And you're starting to see that skill shine through now.
Played rugby league when he was a kid. Turned to boxing at about the age of 8. He's 26 now, Justice Huni. 18 years in the sport. Fabio Wardley's had just 8. Maybe that's the difference. The pedigree and the amateur experience. But as a pro, he's showing us his best ever performance.
And this is heavyweight boxing, so no one's ever out of the woods until the last bell rings out. He's hurting there.
Body shots from Huni, who's got 7 knockouts in his 12 wins. Wardley swinging from the hip.
But not with the same conviction. This is the first fight I've ever seen Wardley not throw with conviction. And that's Huni's done that with the feet, with the footwork. I'm convinced with it.
Yeah, because every time he's missed Wardley, he's been made to pay. Every single time. And that sort of prevents you from really committing to the shot.
But it makes you overthink that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, exactly that.
We've had upsets galore recently, live on the zone in the main events. Echo Esserman turning over Josh Taylor, Dave Allen beating Johnny Fisher. Will Justice Huni come into Ipswich and take care of Fabio Wardley? But this is what we love to see, fights we don't know which way they're going to swing.
Yeah.
Tell you what, you wouldn't take a fight now unless you're the underdog. I think right hand there from Huni again, just chopped down with that short right hand. And I think he's exhausted here as well, Wardley. And usually that's what puts him in a dangerous mode. But I think here right now he's pushing the punches out. He's not punching with authority. Not committing like he usually does.
I think a real stiff jab to the body followed by a right hand upstairs could close this show for Huni, you know.
Just holding on here, Fabio Wardley. How much is in the tank? He trained so hard. He wanted this night so badly, and he'll do everything in his power to try and find something. But Justice Huni has got into his groove here. Good defense. Quick hands, and he's the one that's hurting Wardley, and again.
And just that judgment of distance that you learn over time as well, that sort of thing, from an amateur background, it's showing here tonight.
Big left hand and a right. Raining punches in now, Justice Huni. And you're saying he's enjoying it. I think he's absolutely loving it in there.
He disguises almost every big attack and effective attack he has. He disguises before he throws it, and I think that's really what's confusing Fabio Wardley here.
Spencer Brown and Eddie Hearn are flanking Frank Warren, who sat in the middle, and the two boys either side of him are clapping their man, because Justice Huni is moving closer to a big win for the WBA interim title.
Go on, just wash it there. Wash it on the floor. Wash it on the floor. There's too many lows. What was the one thing we said you can't do? Jab from a low. So you need more faith to disguise your timing. And he's returning a lot. More taking it on. Yeah? But not from a low. Disguise it and go forward. Or jab to the side. Bringing the one to the side. Get around what you do. You're overthinking. Got his face, more jab to his face.
Again, another real dominant, solid round there from Huni. Clever with his work. Making Wardley miss, making him pay, and that's making Wardley tentative. Huni's boxing the fight of his life here.
And it's fight number 13. It's not unlucky at the moment for Team Huni, protecting his unbeaten record and putting a statement out maybe to the other heavyweights that he's one to really watch out for. Let's bring Carl back in. How are you seeing things now? Surely Huni is forging ahead.
Yeah, Huni went well in front now. There's my scorecard, 78-74. It's hard to even see unless Fabio lands something big. It's hard to see him even winning a round. This fight's becoming very, very easy for Justice Huni. And a lot of it's down to the experience and everything else, but Barry's mentioned it, we're not seeing the same kind of commitment to the shots from Fabio, but without doing Fabio a disservice, that's Justice. That's his amateur experience and the pedigree and the years of training and knowing how to fight properly. But he's in control here and really, really enjoying himself.
He is indeed Justice Huni, Carl, but do you think Fabio might have been just a little bit deterred by he was preparing for Big Baby Miller as he tries to whip in another uppercut, different styles?
I'm not sure, because he approaches all the fights the same, you know, try and detonate the big shots and close the show in dramatic fashion. I just think it's the class of Huni that has completely frustrated Fabio Wardley and stopped him from committing and landing, well, not even landing, throwing the heavy shots. The kind of fear of getting countered with something classy.
Yeah, all Huni's done by the movement and the shot selection and making, and again, when Wardley's made a mistake, he's made him pay. That makes you think more than you used to, and with that you get tired and you get tentative and you don't commit to your shots, and that's what's happened here, that's all. I mean, it doesn't matter what else. Look what Wardley's done here, look at the crowds come out for him.
Oh, it's fantastic, it's an amazing tale, and it's brilliant that Ipswich have come out 20,000 here for a former white-collar boxer who's done wonderful things. He's a great guy, Fabio Wardley, out of the ring tonight. At the moment, he's struggling, and he's struggling against a guy who's got that pedigree, got that quality. He's just been boxing for longer, and he's outclassing him.
Yeah, he's just going through the gears ever so slightly, picking the shots ahead and body, just getting the first and last say of the arguments.
Yeah, frustration there from Wardley with the shoulder.
Good shot, lovely uppercut there from Huni. Great shot. I mean, late notice coming the other side of the wall against this crowd, and he's boxed fantastic.
I'll tell you what, Barry, when it came to the press conference, and Darren and I were here, he was so confident. He was like, no problem, doesn't matter where it is. It's a ring, and I'll show him I'm better. And he is. But it's not over. It's heavyweight boxing, and you never know.
Hold on. Sit down, bud. Right. Start a little bit slow, but then you got going. You got that round, mate. But we got to keep building and building. He's tighter than you, remember that. He is tighter than you. You've got the biggest heart and motor out. Let's go from here on. It's all about how much you fucking want to do now. Your smart skill, this is where your skills come into play. You're getting off the centre line. You're hitting with street punches, then you're hitting with power punches, right? Don't just stand there wanting to be straight back.
I mean, they're saying he's more tired than you. He doesn't even look like he's breathing, Huni, in that corner, I must say. But again, it's just good work, good variation, good sharp shots to the body, and really frustrating and annoying Fabio Wardley.
But the corner are keeping him on his toes there, Huni, aren't they? They know he's winning the fight, but they're going, listen, you know, you've got to win these rounds, you've got to stay on him, stay on him. That's good cornering, that is.
Yeah, very good.
Except that they didn't win the gum shield in his mouth, so it's terrible cornering.
Terrible.
Terrible.
But good. Fabio Wardley out of that blue corner, the Ipswich home corner, and Frank Warren was in there just to talk to him. He's got 9 minutes to find something from somewhere. And remember, he's got 17 knockouts on the record. So don't write him off just yet. But he's losing this, and he's losing it big.
Yeah, and look, you can understand why Frank Warren's in the corner there. This could be a massive missed opportunity for Fabio Wardley. Look at the people that's turned out. You put on a good display here, you get the win, this only grows.
But I tell you what, he has the power, though. It doesn't look likely the way he's boxed so far. He's just come out against a good fighter, that's all that's happened. But if he lands with a shot, the adrenaline rush he'll get and the onslaught that he'll throw, he could finish the fight.
He did land with a shot at the end of the first round, but since then he's not managed to hurt.
Again, it's the feet. He's just trying to throw a big right hook there, but he's just glided out of range so easily, Huni, and then he's straight back to the centre of the ring. That is so frustrating.
Moses Ituma, the young heavyweight heir apparent, possibly watching on from ringside. So many hovering around, waiting for a shot. Usyk and Dubois meet. Joseph Parker, Ajit Kabayei. There's all sorts of heavyweight. And it just takes one shot. Can Huni get up? I don't think he's going to make it. That is unbelievable. Fabio Wardley losing virtually every single round, and he fights a jackhammer. Oh my word! At the end of the last round, I said you never know in heavyweight boxing because it can turn like that.
That is Hollywood right there. If that was a film, you would say it was too unbelievable. What a shot. He was way down on the cards, and he has just detonated a right hand from hell.
We were talking about the power, but I said he got the power to finish it, but it doesn't look likely, and it didn't. But that was unbelievable. He walked onto the shot, he squared his feet up Huni, walked down the shot, and Wallin just did what he does best, just committed for the first time since round one, committed to a shot and got the finish. Unbelievable.
One of the most sensational finishes you will see to a fight that was going so far away from Fabio Wardley. Justice Huni had boxed almost the perfect performance, but he has the power, and Wardley found it. Another knockout. Eddie Hearn is absolutely lost for words. Ben Davison celebrating. The whole of Ipswich is erupting. 20,000 here who were silent round after round. Fabio Wardley with a punch from the gods.
I don't think he can quite believe what has just happened there. That was remarkable. Remarkable, and I said it potentially could have been a missed opportunity. Now this grows. Now the name of Fabio Wardley grows around these parts. He's a star of Ipswich now.
For growing your profile, that's better than dominating the fight, that is. Coming back like that. Because they're stories, aren't they? Unbelievable. He was getting totally outboxed. He was on his way to losing. Possibly maybe he could have got stopped possibly. And all of a sudden, he finds the punch to finish it. That's what grows a legend.
And that's why we love heavyweight boxing. Live on the zone, and now the sizzler. Fabio Wardley finds the right hand to knock out Justice Huni in spectacular fashion.
Oh, look at that. He squares his feet up, Huni. The first time he made a mistake, the first time he makes a mistake, and he gets to pay for it.
The one thing that he didn't need to do was trade with Fabio Wardley. He does that, and he gets caught with an absolute peach of a right hand. Look at this shot. Takes his head off the line, right on the button, and that's all she wrote.
He had just 3 rounds, just 9 minutes to find the answer, and boy did he do that. Justice Huni knocked out, loses for the first time in his life after putting on the best performance of his life. Does the fight go as short, or does it go into deep waters?
Gentlemen, protect yourself all the time. And I say stop and break, no punches. Stop and break, no punches. Touch gloves and good luck.
A stunning August Arabian night as Moses Ituma, the precocious prince of British heavyweights, Izzy, squaring up to the dangerous, hardened stalwart Dillian Whyte. Is Ituma the heir apparent? Is Whyte past his best? Can Dillian really test the young Chatham's prospect? Will it be an edgy, cautious start? We remember when Dillian Whyte took on Tyson Fury, came out southpaw, not much happened, but he can start fast. Ituma has 7 first-round wins.
Yeah, so sharp, isn't he? generates all that power through that speed, turns into the shots and the feints, the non-punching activity on point. So how does Dillian Whyte rubbish that? How does he get close to Moses Ituma? Feet are going to have to be fast. He's going to have to try and rough him up. But look at this positive start from Ituma.
Yeah, as soon as the bell rang, he came out through a jab there, Whyte, and there was a jab and a right hook from Ituma straight away. And that's the important punch. We also put the left hook of Whyte, but that jab from the hip is hard to read. I think that's going to be important. If you can get that on point.
Well, just worry about him putting that right hand in front of his face, Dillian Whyte, because we've seen how dangerous Moses Ituma is with that left hook of his. So I'd rather have it tucked up by my temple.
Whyte really falling short with his jab. Body shot from Ituma, who's settled well here in the opening minute and 15 seconds.
Nice relaxed start here, isn't it, from Ituma? Landing clean, not rushing his work. It's a nice right hook again.
Body shots, hand speed. At the moment, all too much for Dillian Whyte. He's hurt, and he's going to go down. Body shot from Ituma. Right in desperate trouble. And very early. Can he survive this? Big punches, raining in. He's all over the place. Referee having a close look at Ituma. Right now, the clock is ticking. Almost inside 2 minutes. Whyte tries to scramble to his feet. He does it inside a round. And Moses Ituma gets the biggest win of his professional life. And he does it emphatically. And he does it with ease. And is this guy now going all the way? Dillian Whyte complains. 37 years of age, the jab wasn't landing, the speed, the precision and the power, all with Ituma, who does it in double quick time.
You said the word there, with ease. You know, he had everything his own way. It was simple stuff, he could not miss. And he's got the job done so easily. I'll say that word again, so easily. This man's special, Barry.
He finds the time, he don't rush anything, he finds the time. Okay, Dillian's older than he was, and he might be right in front of him, but he got a lot of experience there. He could have been overall, but the occasion by who he's up against, he's only a young man, and all he does is takes his time, picks his target, and once he got you hit on the temple there, he had him in trouble straight away. Didn't rush his way, watch this, a couple of shots, takes a step back automatically. Nothing's coming back. Picking his shots, not getting too close, Dad, not getting those feet too close. The range is perfect.
Oh, look at that. I mean, it's just, it's so good. It's so spiteful. Everything about it, the little dip of the knees, the intelligence. That little right hook there is an absolute stunning Hollywood showcase real knockout. That is fantastic. Look, I've been questioning the body language, if you like, of Dillian Whyte, and we both said something there. Did he know, Barry, that he didn't have it anymore, Dillian Whyte?
Oh, not sure. You know what I mean? You're not quite sure if you still got it. You know, you never know, do you? But I mean, either way, whether he's old or not, there's still a good win for Ituma. It was potentially a test on paper, and he didn't give Whyte an opportunity to get into the fight.
Dillian Whyte's been a brilliant servant of the sport.
He really has.
A fantastic stalwart. He never, ever got into that for any second of the fight. His jab fell short, and it was with consummate ease that Ituma just picked him up and knocked him out. And I know that Dillian is 37, and I know that that's what Ituma should have done, but he was kept waiting in the ring, he kept his composure, and he delivered beautifully tonight.
But should he have done it that early, though? I mean, he should have done it, but not that early. The way we always say, the sign of a potentially great fighter is when they don't rush their work, but they get it done quick. And that's what happens. He don't rush his work. It's all done quick.
And we can't take anything away from that victory and the manner in which he's done it, because we've been talking about the shape and the weight of Dillian Whyte all week. You know, how he's really taken this serious, and he's just completely ripped up the script there and announced himself in a big, big way.
People might question Dillian Whyte's ambition, but he trained incredibly hard. You don't lose all that weight. Best shape in 10 years, but father time, legs, speed, and Moses Ituma, if you listen to AJ, to Fury, to Bakole, to Joe Joyce, to everybody, they all think he's the next big thing.
that was a test on paper, but also, let's be realistic, he was a massive favourite as well. We all thought he was going to win, but it's not if you win, it's how you win. And he didn't allow him into the fight. All that experience that we talked about potentially causing problems, he took it out to play by taking the centre of the ring and dominating from the first second.
I did question whether 6 minutes and 14 seconds of waiting, whether the fight wouldn't last that long, and within 2 minutes, it was done. And there's the smile from Moses Ituma. I think we're going to see him back in the ring pretty soon. Francis Warren, brilliant manager there with Frank Ben Davidson. Ring 4, we're back in Riyadh, November the 22nd for a monster show. Anthony Yard always in the best of fights, in with David Benavidez, one of the world's elite. Bam on the card as well. You got Devin Haney, Brian Norman, a very happy Frank Warren just looking down at us at ringside. There's Barry Smith, Moses, and the team will celebrate. And the questions are going to go now. What do they do with him? Who does he fight next? Well, job done, emphatically, not unlucky 13. He absolutely shone tonight. Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of this contest comes at 1 minute, 59 seconds of the very first round. The winner by knockout victory, his record now, still perfect, 13 fights, 13 victories, 11 wins by knockout. He is still the Intercontinental and International Champion, along with the new Commonwealth title. He is Moses Ituma!
20 years of age, cleaning up so far.
So for the 90,000 fans in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, officially weighing in at 243.8 pounds. His professional record, an excellent one. 22 victories. 21 of those 22 wins by knockout. Only 2 defeats. And tonight, he is looking for revenge and redemption. From London, England, the reigning, defending IBF heavyweight champion of the world, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois. And across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing gray with red, his weight officially 227.3 pounds. This Olympic gold medalist now, as a professional, has a perfect record consisting of 23 fights, 23 victories, including 14 wins by knockout. He's a 2-division undisputed world champion from Samferopol, Ukraine, the current Ring Magazine champion, the reigning, defending, undefeated WBC, WBA, WBO, IBO, heavyweight champion of the world, Alexander
Like the touch paper, this is undisputed. This is for all the marbles. It's as good as it gets.
You gentlemen have received my instruction in the dressing room. Remember to protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves now, man. You're boxing at the bell. God bless you both. Touch gloves, guys. Touch them. Go. Touch gloves.
Just about touching gloves. This is what we boxing fans live for. Live on DAZN. Daniel Dubois furious about that low blow, that great punch. What was it in Poland? 2 years on, they do it all over again. Wembley, where Cooper nearly stunned Clay, when Froch knocked out Groves, when AJ had lift off against Klitschko, and when Dubois had his biggest win in September. Got to double up that jab early. Dubois got to produce it under pressure, but immediately gets caught.
What a fantastic jab from Usyk on the back foot, but you're right, he needs to bring his feet in, Dubois. He didn't do that nearly enough last time. Needs to be positive, expect a fast start, but this feinting from Usyk does the damage down the stretch.
Whatever he does, Dubois, he's got to believe and commit to it. Throwing a half punch and not fully commit with a punch, it's going to leave you exposed. He's got to be aggressive, but you can't be careless with it, because Usyk is a brilliant counter puncher.
Didn't throw enough jabs first time round in Poland. Absolutely has to do that, Dubois. But Usyk already beating Dubois to the jab. That's what he did with AJ right at the beginning of their fight in Tottenham. He's an absolute master. But that right hand of Dubois has knocked out 21 opponents, and he's dangerous.
He takes the sting out of the shot, Usyk. Look at that footwork, just glides half a step out of range and fires back with that beautiful southpaw jab.
But look, every time he throws a jab, he dips the legs, he punches low, so he punches up with that jab. Makes it almost impossible for Dubois to defend against.
It's a wonder, that southpaw jab of Usyk's. He solves puzzles. He's brilliant normally in rematches. Can Dubois make a difference? Surely got to be aggressive and commit early here.
And he's got to stay as relaxed as he can, Dubois. He can't tense up, because what will happen, he'll start telegraphing the shots and Usyk will read them.
Beautiful there from Usyk. See, making Dubois miss early when he's all tense and looking to hit the target clean, because he knows he has to make an impression, will tire Dubois very quickly. So Danny, you're right, sorry, he has to stay relaxed.
Foot movement already looks tip-top of Usyk, who was brilliant in the last few rounds against Tyson Fury in December. He's 38, but he's only had 23 pro fights, and Usyk has started very, very well.
Yeah, the footwork, mesmerising, it really is. So much variation with it. Forward, back, side to side, he'll feint with the feet. Backing it up nicely though into the red corner, Dubois, but he escapes that corner. Look at where he's positioned now, Usyk. On the front foot, smart.
See, when Dubois had him there, he got to aim that right hand to the chest. It's a big attack in the hit, he's going to stop the movement.
Slinging out the right hand, Daniel Dubois, full of confidence, but Usyk back with the left, and that jab to the body to try and slow Dubois down and remind him what did happen in Poland. This is fabulous from Alexander Usyk in the opening round at Wembley.
And he said he was going to start fast, Usyk, and he did. What a great start here from Alexander Usyk. Stepping inside, landing that jab with an upwards trajectory, makes it impossible for Dubois to defend against. And just took the sting out of Dubois' offense early on. A really good solid round there from Usyk.
Yeah, he means business, Usyk. The way he finished that round, really trying to step forward and land that big left hand. Impressive start.
Yuri Chichenko, Russ Amber in there with Alexander Usyk, and you got the feeling he wants to make a real statement tonight. Don't push the horses, is what he said to Dubois at the press conference. That's a reference to when Usyk got hurt by a horse when he was a young kid. The only time he's ever been knocked out. Brilliant wizard of the ring, looking to become a three-time undisputed champion. It really is extraordinary, but Dubois is in the form of his life.
Well, it's important for Dubois to stay calm. Even though he didn't have a lot of success in that first round, and even though he might be a little bit panicky because he got a bit tired because he missed a few shots, it's early in the fight here. Usyk's working hard. You've got to aim for the chest, I would that.
Yeah, he does. Just pick out that jab to the chest, but that right foot position, very, very smart from Usyk. He takes a step on the outside, and that makes it a lot more easier for the southpaw, which he is to find that left hand. Looks very relaxed, doesn't he? Focused.
He looks crisp and sharp and intent here. Usyk, Dubois just falling short, and then he apparently looked red hot in sparring. But how do you find a sparring partner like Alexander Usyk? You just can't do it.
See what he did there, Dubois? He didn't land with the shot, but he threw 3 punches and it moved Usyk back at least. All you got to do then is dip the legs and then just go again. You get him in a situation where it's difficult to get him in. Anybody of the ropes in the corner, you've got to try and make the most of it.
From Dubois, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Kieran Farrell, Dave Dubois is far. Chris left counter from Usyk. Action heating up here at Wembley. Beautiful work from the Ukrainian.
And that's the issue, though, when Dubois, which we've been calling him to do, step in.
But Dubois' chin's not an issue.
No.
I mean, he has a great chin. Him going down is not about the resistance of the shot.
But when he takes that step, there's always the chance that he can walk onto one from Usyk. He nearly did with that left hand.
Inside the last minute of the second round, Dubois needed a very fast start, trying again to club Usyk with the right hand, but that jab can't really get working of Daniel Dubois, and I think that's the problem.
Well, it's the lead hand of Usyk that's stopping him jabbing, because he's just firing over everything at the minute, Usyk, and he's taking that little step to the right, just spinning round that circle. So impressive, it really is.
And it's only subtle movements, but they're so effective, especially against bigger guys. Just takes him out of their rhythm, making him miss, making him tire. But he looks focused, mind you, Brad. His mind hasn't wandered yet.
Well, mentally, must be so much stronger at 27 after those wins over. He was hurt there. He got one off on Usyk, but the countering shot from the southpaw, and Daniel Dubois just wobbling at the end of the second round. I'll tell you what, it's all happening in the UK, but later tonight we've got more for you, live on DAZN. It's Bam against Cafu, and you love Bam.
He's my favourite fighter. He's absolutely beautiful to watch. He'll be watching this and enjoying this from Usyk so far, because his movement on the target, Bam, is as good as anybody's in world boxing right now.
Fantastic work, it really is. Walking Dubois onto the shots, the accuracy. And look, there's that step. Just miss it at the end of the replay there, but he's just using that force, the momentum of Dubois in his favour. This man is a master, he's a magician. Class.
And just after Dubois landed with a good shot of his own, Usyk fires back. Great timing.
European gold medalist, world gold, Olympic gold, undisputed cruiserweight champion, an undisputed heavyweight champion in the first 6 Lennox Lewis last year. The belts got scattered, IBF picked up by Daniel Dubois, lands a right hand again, trying to prize open Usyk. I tell you what, it's really good action so far.
And it's good that it's positive, but even though he had a bad round there, Dubois, he's come up positive again, and with 2 good right hands. And even that, just pushing Usyk back, showing that physical presence is not a bad thing for him.
He's so strong, so powerful, Daniel Dubois. Can he just get Usyk backed up into corners or on the ropes and just throw leather at him?
I like to see him throw the left hook because of that spin-off that Usyk does to his right-hand side. You've got a chance. I wouldn't target the head, though. I'd aim for the shoulder, the chest of Usyk. When he spins, see there, that's the perfect shot, what he just threw there.
The problem with Daniel, he kept all his shots. He comes forward in straight lines, he's got to slide to the left when he's doubling that jab.
I think he's trying to clip Usyk round the top of the head. Dubois, maybe, targeting that area. We know about the body, that'll surely work at some point, but Usyk's still light on his feet, in and out.
The hard thing with Dubois here is he can't give any shows to Usyk, any signs that he's going to throw a shot, because as soon as he does that, Usyk knows he's the master counter-puncher.
He's not having a bad round here though, Dubois. He's having some good shots.
A much better round than the first two for Daniel Dubois. Looked a bit shaken at the end of the second, but he's back focused and believes in himself so much. Most people who picked Dubois said he has to win between 1 and 6. Good counter from Usyk. Just the accuracy there as Dubois comes in, and now he's trying to back the Brit out.
Still plenty of time in this round. He felt that one, Dubois. Beautiful left hand from Usyk.
But he knows Usyk, he can't take any silly risks. So even though he wants to try and jump on him, he knows Dubois is still dangerous. He walks onto a shot, he's in trouble.
I tell you what, guys, styles are gelling brilliantly. It's even better than that first fight. Usyk trying to get a jab in. What next from Daniel Dubois?
He was having a decent round, Dubois, but Usyk taking over, as he always do. Late in the fight, late in the round, he always finishes strong.
I think Dubois needs to bend the knees when he throws the shot. Every time he targets the head, majority of the time he's missing, but when he bends them knees and throws them to the body or to the shoulders, he has more success.
And the right hand again.
Such great timing there from Usyk, with that left hand especially. The way he leans to the right and then just lets it go. It's not that fast, but the timing's impeccable.
Certainly better from Dubois than the first 6 minutes. Then gets getting straight to Lennox. How are you seeing it?
Dubois did better that round, is becoming a bit looser. He's got a punch when Alex is punching. Alexander Usyk is punching, he's got to punch the same time. He can't allow Alexander to punch and get away. He's got to catch him before he gets away. And also, you know, not overreach with his punches. He's got to throw crisp combinations, quick, work on speed instead of power. Basically punch first and end up punching last as well.
Lennox Lewis, our greatest heavyweight, and our greatest stadium, Wembley, is full, packed to the rafters. Alexander Usyk, Daniel Dubois, round 4 of their rematch for the undisputed heavyweight championship. All the belts on the line: WBC, WBA Super, WBO, IBF. I want to bring Carl Frampton in. Carl, how are you seeing things?
I actually give that last round to Daniel. I think what he done in the first minute and a half was enough to I know Usyk come on strong, but I think Daniel's first minute and a half was enough to win him the round. He's looking okay here, you know, as well, but what I haven't seen from Daniel is a double or a treble jab. He needs to travel, double or treble it to get close, and then when he does get close, be the brute that you are and impose your size and strength.
Carl, we were talking about doubling up the jab. That's what Dubois got to do, but Usyk not really allowing him.
I just think he needs to commit to it a little bit more. You're right, Usyk, he's taking step back and he's jabbing over the first jab, but if he jabs over the first jab and another one comes in behind it, it might land. I just think he needs to commit a little bit more. It's like Daniel does.
We said that in the fight, didn't we? That literally every time he throws a punch, it's all or nothing for him. It hasn't got to be reckless, but it's got to be, like you said, Carl, 100% committed, because here in this round, he's being picked off quite comfortable, I think, Usyk in this round. But he's not really committing with that jab. He's half stepping in with it.
Yeah, he's wary about what's coming back in that final one, isn't he? If he wants to treble up the jab, that left hand comes right through the middle, as it does there. Beautiful shot again from Usyk.
The southpaw skills and speed of Alexander Usyk at the age of 38, still evident for all of us to see.
He sort of throws 2 good shots out of Usyk and then sort of nicks another one at the end, doesn't he? It's not really there for him, he just sneaks it out.
He's just so relaxed, isn't he? He's the complete opposite to being tense, and that allows him to throw shots at all times.
Big gulp of air there, Darren, from Daniel Dubois. He must have expended a lot of energy, and Tony Bellew always talks about that Usyk makes you work extra hard.
Yeah, the feints for hand and feet, the little twitches, they make you react, and when you're mentally tired, that sends shock signals to the body. It's exhausting.
Missing is only superseded with tiredness by taking heavy shots. It's an and for big fellas like Daniel, it's a real problem.
Usyk just picking his punches, selecting. Dubois was that good, and Dubois just gets one through, and there's a smile from Usyk, who stays standing. No low blow controversy there. Mike Griffin, the referee who actually refereed AJ's upset to Andy Ruiz in the Garden a few years ago. Wonder if we've got another one here. Can Dubois put it off?
But why didn't he throw that shot again? He's safe. Usyk was physically hurt by it.
Exactly that. Throw it again, double it up.
Disguise you've hit the jab, then let it go.
Work it now. Don't bring the cross.
Wasn't sure about that one. Yeah, but it's as low as the last one in the last fight.
It's sort of exactly the same, wasn't it?
But you know what, Usyk just picked him apart in that round. He didn't do nothing, didn't do loads to start the round. Every time Daniel threw a shot, he threw over the top really quickly and just took a little bit of confidence away from Daniel Dubois.
The arch lit up. Amazing to see the ring walks and the stars very much in. He's getting a big boo. The problem child, Jake Paul. Hit Jason Statham. So many in tonight of stage and screen and sport at this wonderful setting of Wembley Stadium. Thanks for joining us live on the Zone, the undisputed heavyweight championship. This the round where Daniel Dubois finished off Anthony Joshua in September. And the right hand again, he's trying that shot time and time.
He took it well on the gloves though, Usyk, and takes a step out of range as well, just to take some of the power out of the shot. And again, just as he started this round, he landed a lovely jab, Usyk, and it's the variation of the shot. He just went inside of the stance, the orthodox stance, and fired the shot right through the guard of Dubois. Always keeping Dubois thinking.
And it's what you said earlier, Danny, he never loads up the seat, he's always relaxed, so there's not loads of weight on the shot. You get the weight and the turn of the punch, but he's not trying to dig in with any punch, just pepper away.
Usyk, the crowd are chanting the IQ of the Ukrainian wizard, who's just looking at Dubois' body and then throws a left hook to the chin. I mean, this guy is an extraordinary sportsman, he really is. And Daniel Dubois trying to force him back on the ropes. Here we go! Dubois walks into the ring and he goes down in the 5th round. And there is a minute 34 left, and this the round where his dreams came true against AJ. Will they turn into a nightmare here at Wembley?
Big right hand from Usyk. Oh!
And he's gone. He's out. Daniel Dubois. He's never going to make it. Alexander Usyk can be crowned right here, right now. He is undisputed for a 3rd time. Once, twice, thrice. The genius of modern boxing, Alexander Usyk, pound for pound king. What a performance, what a statement. Repeat, but even more this time around. He wanted to make it heavier and more evident, and he knocks out Daniel Dubois in 5. Wembley, amazing.
He said it would be quicker, he said it would be more conclusive. He was better than the last time. Daniel come and gave it a good go there, but I said he don't load up with shots, and then as soon as I said it, he started planting his feet down.
Yeah, a 3-time undisputed world champion. This man is a great. He will go down as one of the best of all time. That was special, that was punch perfect. You witnessed greatness there.
The first knockdown was a sweeping hook that he didn't see, Daniel, I think. But that last shot, he dug his feet into the canvas and whipped that left hand right over the top. He bowled it over.
Lovely to see this between the pair of them. Daniel Dubois trying everything. At 27 he can come again, but there was no match to the mercurial wizard that is Alexander Usyk. That right hand chopping by the ear of Dubois, and then following that, it was the left hook, wasn't it?
I think it's that first one. Sorry, I think it's the first one that really did the damage. That one knocks him over, but I think the first one really stunned him. Then the next one knocks him over. Now this shot here, we're going to see in a minute, was a corker of a punch.
Here we go, Alexander Usyk at his scintillating best with a left counter to the chin, and it was good night for Daniel Dubois, and all rise for the brilliance of Alexander Usyk, who just deserves so many accolades because he's a wonderful guy outside of the ring, inside of the ring. I think he's top 10 of all time.
Absolutely stunning left hand to close the show here. Look at this shot on the point of the chin. Daniel Dubois knew it was coming. You could see him shutting his eyes. It landed and it closed the show. The man is special. We are going to miss this fighter when he's gone, and there's not long left.
He is a king. He is a king. He literally is.
The gun shield went out. There was no way Dubois was getting up from that.
Gentlemen, the end comes at 1 minute 52 seconds. 1 minute 52 seconds of round number 5. The winner by knockout victory, once again undisputed and still the undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, the fighting pride of Ukraine, Alexander.
It's a real battle for the gold that lies in wait. A dream shot at the mercurial wizard, Alexander Usyk. Parker is favourite going in. But with Fabio Wardley, you never know. A string of first-round KOs. Don't take your eyes off this. He wins late as well, Wardley, but is he good enough? It's a big step up in level. Live and exclusive on DAZN, the home of boxing, and down the home of heavyweight boxing.
It really is, and I'm so intrigued to see how this plays out early. Who's going to hold the centre of the ring? Who's going to get in that rhythm behind their jab? Who's going to land the first heavy shot, and how will they react?
Fabio Wardley's had more ring activity. Joseph Parker, of course, just the 2 rounds, beating Martin Bakole when he was meant to fight Daniel Dubois back in February. Tantalising in the blue ribbon division, Barry.
Yeah, it really is. And see, with Wardley, he's so athletic and so instinctive that when he throws his punches, he'll put all his body into the shots, but he'll throw another punch and put him back on balance. Now, with someone like Parker, who's very structurally very good, he's got to make Wardley pay for every mistake that he makes.
66 fights as an amateur, 40 as a pro now. It's a long career for Joe Parker, but he looks to have real momentum and is really settled under Andy Lee. Wardley with the jab, trying to poke it out. He'll believe, won't he, Darren?
Yeah, he will. The feet are going to be key here for Parker. We see that against Huni. He was frustrated, wasn't he, Fabio Wardley? He couldn't get to grips with that subtle movement in and out of range, and I've already seen it in this opening round. There you go there, just half a step out of range, just making Wardley fall short.
He just got to make Parker feel a little bit uncomfortable here, Wardley. Not dramatically, but just make him rush his work a little bit. If Parker gets a foothold in the fight, it's going to be difficult to knock him out of that.
Just down his right eye, Fabio Wardley. We don't need cuts early. Jab from Parker. More organised and structured, but Wardley wild and dangerous.
There's blood to the side of the nose of Fabio Wardley.
Isn't it always?
Yep, he always marks up, but he's got the heart of a lion, a real gladiator, and what a story. 8 years after first lacing the gloves up, this is where he is, on the big stage.
Straight shots is what you need against Wardley, because he swings his punches, he moves in and out with his feet, but he sometimes squares up, and that's where Parker's good at that. If he just keeps the discipline with the straight down the line, that could possibly win him the fight.
Another right hand. There was one round the back of the head. There's the shot that befuddled Martin Bakole in Riyadh. He does hit hard himself, Parker.
Nice little looping right hand though from Wardley. There's a second to go.
Oh, there's that right there again. I was talking about combinations from Parker and Wardley in the storm at the end of the opener.
Trying to come out, he's waiting for you to attack and commit, yeah? Thanks. Yeah. Be clever with your attacks and with your jab. Make it be unpredictable with your jab. And he's just waiting for you to trying to counter you, waiting for you to commit, yeah? Once you get him moving, then you can get your hands go. Once you get him moving back, you can double jab him, then hook him, yeah?
Andy Lee, who's guided him brilliantly, those wins over Deontay Wilder, Zhang. What a combination they made.
That was a very good opening round, that for Parker. He was sharp, he was switched on, and the way he finished it was menacing.
24 knockouts on his record. Everyone's talking about Fabio Wardley's power. But Parker can really hit.
Just a note, sorry Adam, just a note though, Wardley usually fires when he's in trouble. That's his first instinct. But he held then, and that was a good thing, because he was safe. And he never usually does that. He usually wants to fire back all the time. So he knows he's up a level here. He's well aware of that, and that might be a good thing for him.
Jab to the body from Parker. Wardley loose and languid, but said he's improved since the Justice Huni fight.
He's got to be wary, Wardley, when he throws that right, whether it be to head or body, he's not too off balance, because the left hook, the counter left hook with Joseph Parker is a very, very effective weapon.
And also, Wardley's defence is just to turn that shoulder. And I'm not sure in the heavyweight division it's that effective, because I don't think you can get the real rotation to do that shoulder roll.
Wardley's shown a very good chin today. Parker has been down 6 times. But apart from the Joe Joyce late stoppage defeat, has got through his 12 rounders, hurting Wardley here. Minute 20 into the second round. This is the round that he took out the late replacement Martin Bakole earlier in 2025.
He didn't catch him in the knuckle of the door. He shot it for Wardley.
And now Parker's hurt. Here comes Fabio Wardley.
And left hook as well followed.
He stays here, Joe Parker. He felt the power there of Wardley, and will this turn into the shootout that some predicted?
But they both get hurt in this round. Oh,
that's a shot. Of Fabio Wardley, and Parker is being backed up in his own corner. Is this the opportunity for the Ipswich man? Good uppercut, and Parker is in some trouble here, but again he shows a good chin. Uppercut for Wardley. Crowd on their feet here around us, and it's all Fabio Wardley, and Parker's got to hold. 40 seconds left in the second.
He's got to move. That's what he's got to do here, Pat. Oh, whoa. Gumshoe out.
Gumshoe comes out. Ben Davis and the team are furious. Joe Parker's got some extra time here. Oh, the leg steady, Barry.
I'm not quite sure, you know. I mean, he needed to move on that corner. I don't think he could there, Parker.
Good jab from Wardley. Look at this, blood from the nose of Parker. 20 seconds left in a dramatic second here at the O2.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've always questioned how far can Fabio Wardley go, what level is he? But what he does have, and we've just found out, is world-class power.
Grimaces there, Joe Parker, trying to fight fire with fire. Wardley's big right hand could detonate on the Parker chin. He needs the bell here, the New Zealand man, and he's got it. Well, they're absolutely fuming in the Wardley corner about the gum shield. And he got those extra seconds, didn't he?
It worked as well, whether he spat it out and it went up with a punch either way. They took their time with that, and it got him out of trouble, I feel, because he was in real jeopardy there, was Joseph Parker. In that corner, unable to move away. All he had to do was move his legs, I don't think he could. And Wardley was just lining him up for those heavy shots. That's a lovely uppercut there from Fabio Wardley.
I think the shot that caused the damage initially was a right hand high on the head of Parker, and it really scrambled the senses.
Real firepower from the Ipswich 30-year-old. Wow. Huge underdog going in. No pressure really on the Wardley shoulders, whereas Joe Parker can ill afford a defeat at this stage. A risky assignment when he was in line for Alexander Usyk, but he's taken it, and fair play. Great for the fans.
Lovely there from Wardley. So fluid with that jab and right hand.
He looks relaxed, doesn't he?
I mean,
back comes Parker though. They can both hurt each other.
Just with heavyweight boxing, no one, just one punch all the time makes you just think what's going to happen. Change your mind.
Parker came in heavy. Was it to make a statement with a knockout win? Is he as quick as he was?
He doesn't need to be that quick. He needs to be at the timing, and he needs to stop looping his punches and go back and punches straight down the line there, Joseph Parker.
Yeah, I think the only time you throw a hook at this stage in the fight is if you're going to look to counter the right hand of Wardley. Otherwise, I agree, Barry. Keep it straight, get behind that jab, and the right hand will follow.
Because the way Wardley loops his punches over, bowls them over, you're always going to have a gap down the middle.
Again looking for the overhand right, Fabio Wardley. The uppercut might be the punch as Parker comes in. Where's the New Zealand man's jab?
Good head movement from Wardley there. He slipped on the outside, then rolled under. When you slip on the outside of the jab, throw the right hand. Keep that left hand up and throw the right hand.
Good little counter there from Parker.
Body shot from Wardley was really good, and Parker just has lost his shape. There's no real snap behind the jab. And there's a fluid look to Fabio Wardley here.
He's having to move a lot though here, Wardley. For the big fella, they're never a good sign.
Oh, big right hand from Wardley, bounces off the chin of Parker. He took that really well.
No way is he still on his feet after that.
And back he comes now, trying to pump the jab out, get it going. Real tension here, and now Parker throws one of his big right hands.
We've got to see a replay of that right hand of Wardley. That was flush on the chin of Parker.
The sound was like a crack, wasn't it?
Yeah, took it absolutely brilliantly. Maybe down to the conditioning. But Wardley, there's a confident look about him at the moment.
I don't think Parker was doing that bad in the round, to be honest. Good movement there from Wardley, good upper body movement.
Both of them look tired after just 3 rounds.
A long way to go, but heating up nicely.
Anytime there's a bolt, stab him.
Robert Hodgkins and Ben Davison in the corner.
Right, it just grazes the target, doesn't it?
But the noise that it made.
Paddy Donovan there with Andy Lee. Joe Parker, 36 victories, former world champion. Let's bring in former world champion Carl Frampton. What a 9 minutes.
Yeah, fight's living up to all expectations so far. Great fight. I have Fabio Wardley in front by a round. I think he's looking well here. I think I get the feeling feeling Joe's trying a little bit too hard after he got caught with that shot in the second round. Like, he's almost trying to impress. I don't think he needs to do that. Just get back to the basics. I feel like he's a better job than Fabio, but he's not using it enough. But Fabio's looking really good here. Yeah, better than I expected him to look this early in the fight. And he's, I mean, we all thought he had a puncher's chance, but at this stage he's got more than that.
Do you think he's growing in confidence here, Wardley?
I think so. I do think he is. I just feel like there's a little bit. I mean, we're early on in the fight here, but out of the two fighters, Fabio seems to be maybe a little bit more tired than Joe, which isn't a great sign so far, but he's boxing out of his skin at this point.
Yeah, big body shot from Wardley. What's it taking out of the engine, all these huge shots? Both of them hurt.
I'll tell you what, he's using the jab nicely on the back foot, Fabio Wardley. Good variation with the shot, kind of just stopping Parker, being able to commit to his own shots.
Well, you know how Wardley fights, so you've trained for that. He's dangerous with the shots, so you've got to be careful when you let your shots go, because he'll fire back. But once you've felt it, it can be a different outcome. I just think, at the minute, Parker's boxing like that, waiting for something to come back, and that's making intended that jab go with authority.
Again, I think two opportunities there to throw the left hook, Parker. Missed with a body shot, and he missed with a right hand upstairs, Wardley.
Compelling, living up to all expectations. You don't know which way this is going to twist next. Combination from Parker. Wardley just stunned and back on the ropes here.
Got to be careful, everybody. Wardley turns his body to put it on right hand. Back comes Wardley.
And it is the fire fest in the heavyweight division that we wanted.
Oh, he went far off for that uppercut, Wardley. Lovely jab from Parker.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Parker. But back comes Wardley, almost when he was hurt up on the ropes. He looked very, very dangerous, Wardley.
And Parker's going to throw that left hook after he throws that jab, because Wardley turns his body to the right, ready to throw that right uppercut, that right hand back over the top. If you throw a left hook, you'll upset his rhythm. He have to square himself back up.
Barry, both have committed so much already, haven't they, in 4 rounds?
Oh, it's been madness, hasn't it? I mean, you thought one of them would have been on the floor by now.
I'm not sure how there hasn't been a knockdown, but it's been absolutely fabulous to watch as the weary Warriors already go back to the corner. Next week, we're in Manchester. Joshua Buatsi, Zach Parker, light heavyweight division. The fights just keep coming week after week live on the Zone. But this is a special night. The heavyweights, and it's really engaging.
I mean, when they let them fly like this, you just cannot take your eyes off of it. Really, really exciting stuff. Landing heavy shots on the back foot there, Wardley, and then back came Parker.
See, Parker's got it where he wants him, or so it would seem. But that twisting of the body that Wardley does so well means that he can fire back off that. He twists his body, all the weight's on that back leg, and then he rotates, then he comes back with a powerful shot. And that puts you on notice, that puts you in, you're always well aware. And I think Parker's just been tempted throughout because of that.
257th round of Joe Parker's long career that goes back to July 2012. Fabio Wardley much, much fresher. Only the 83rd of his pro career, but Parker has done it all. Won a world championship. Everyone says he's on better form now. But Wardley looking to make a mockery of the fact he had 4 white collar fights, and now he stands on the verge of something extraordinary.
It really is extraordinary. Incredible story. Carries the lead hand low, doesn't he, Wardley? And he looks to parry and block the shot with the right hand. The left hook's there, the left hook, right hand for Parker.
I quite like Wardley's speed tonight. Everyone thought he looked so light on the scales in comparison to Parker.
That's better there from Parker, the double jab left hook.
Organised, structured from Parker. When he does that, he looks a different level.
He has to keep it simple, but he has, I mean, it's easy to say it because you're against a guy who can punch so hard, but commit to the attack.
Body shot from Parker, that's better.
Yeah, when he goes through the gears, so good to watch, so dangerous. And he does it with such good variation. Doesn't just headhunt, works the body, then goes back upstairs.
And also stepping to the right, eliminates that right hand and that right hand counter when Fabio turns his body.
Just starting to get control of the ring, Joe Parker, with that jab, maybe with the better pedigree.
I'm not a fan of the low left hand though from Parker. I like it with Fabio because it gives him the whip and then the emphasis to throw the right hand. But for Parker, I think he needs to be more structured from the chest.
Well, exactly. When you look at the last fight as well, and how he got rid of Huni, Fabio Wardley is that sharp there.
Good jabs from Parker. Back comes Wardley with the right hand.
Oh, shot.
This is better though from the New Zealand man.
It was good there from Parker. Didn't rush it either then. When he could have, he took his time.
How much is this taken out? Is it sapping the energy? Where are their levels in terms of resistance at this point?
Well, you want Wardley tired. Wardley is better when he's tired, more dangerous when he's tired than when he's not.
He had that absolute barn burner with Fraser Clark here in their first fight. One of the best domestic heavyweight fights in years. And this brewing up into another really tasty affair.
That draw with Fraser Clark was invaluable, knowing that you can do that and go through those hellish moments in fights. I can't tell you how much he would have learned from that, Wardley.
Yep, what he lacks in pedigree, he makes up for in courage.
Just keep it like that, easy spot.
He's a real warrior, Fabio Wardley.
Giving him too much time and respecting him there. Now on him to play his jab and hook off. And if you're sitting too long, it's going to be hard to time. Sit and wait. Yeah? That's a 12-round fight. Don't stop yourself. Nice and active. Keep the work.
I thought Park had a better round.
Yeah, he did. More control. 10 seconds. Back in the fight there from Joseph Parker. But Ben Davison just reminding Fabio Wardley that you can do this. Be more active, be busier.
Round 6, another heavyweight battle at London's O2 Arena. If you need the identification, Fabio Wardley in the Ipswich blue and the white, yellow and black of Joseph Parker. Two of the nicest guys in the sport, but tonight they're getting down to business. And it's enthralling.
See, I know he's aware of what's coming back here, Parker, but I don't think he can wait too long as he is now. So he's waiting a bit too long. The jab's key for Parker. He can double it up.
Punches thrown and landed, not many. The difference.
You don't want to be doing that from too far out there for Joseph Parker. You want to make sure you hit with that jab before you throw that right hand over the top.
He's got to watch that as well. Sloppy jab to the body.
See, I think Fabio can feint, Wardley can feint and throw that left hook. Almost leap into it.
Fabio.
Yeah.
See, it's funny, I see it on the flip side because of where that right hand is of Fabio. He looks to block the jab, so if you feint, then come firing through with the left hook.
Let them both do it, see what happens.
Looking in his corner, Fabio Wardley. Both trying to keep their shape. Centre ring. Wardley with the jab. Back comes Parker. Doubling up with the left hand. Very quick. Back from Joseph Parker. And Fabio Wardley just pushed into the neutral corner. Starting to get caught a little more, Wardley.
Yeah, but he tied him up. He did the right thing though there, Wardley. He was tired, he got caught with a good shot. He soaked it up, he tied him up and turned him.
And another box that he's ticking, that he can take a very good shot. We know he can deliver one.
I think we've known that. Justice Huni was outboxing him round after round.
This is
nice shot from Wallin with the uppercut. Back comes Parker. They let their hands go at the end of the 6th round. And Parker's just got the more accuracy.
Just that structure.
Yeah. Hunting with that left hand, Joe Parker. Beginning to feel he's taking control of the fight.
A little feint here for Parker, draws that right hand to Wardley.
Well, Frank Warren said it would be a terrific spectacle. Tyson Fury came down for it. His mate Joe Parker in the lead now.
It's a tight one, isn't it? I think he certainly won that round there, Joe Parker. I thought he got his boxing together quite well there. But also, I was quite pleased with the way Wardley reacted when he got caught with a few shots. He didn't panic, he tied him up and turned him.
Joe's moved his entire family to Ireland. Father of 6. Fabio's got a young daughter as well. Family, men, and warriors. Second half of this one. Carl, who have you got edging it at the moment? Who's in the better shape?
I've got Parker 4-2 in front, but it could easily be 3-all. There was a round there, it was hard to split. I just feel like Joe's starting to come into it a little bit more. He's starting to use his jab a bit more, and Fabio's, not that he's struggling with it, but it's working for Joe. Fabio just on the front foot now, but I'll let you take over on him.
What could work from Wardley here? Start of the 7th.
Just backed him up with a body shot there, didn't he, Wardley?
He did. And I think it just hurt Parker.
If you see Wardley, anytime Parker has Wardley under a bit of pressure, he always gets off to the same side, always leaning down to his right.
There's the fan zone scorecard agreeing with you, Carl. Parker a couple ahead, it could be level. Many rounds ahead of us. Is it going to go the full way? It didn't look like it after a couple.
No one predicted it before the fight either.
They're trying to settle down here. Joe Parker, back to his boxing. Execute the game plan. That's what he has been telling us all week.
See, when you start to get tired, that fatigue sets in, you lose that concentration. And in this division, you lose your concentration, you get caught with a big shot.
And we know Wardley can punch at any time. Body shot again from the Ipswich man.
Yeah, he can follow.
Right from Parker. That was a good shot.
I've got to be honest, Wardley soaked that really well.
He's got his rocking chin.
Do you know what? I think he was leaning back ever so slightly, just taking a bit of the sting out of the right hand.
Trying to detonate his own right hand, both of them swinging from the hip, entertaining the fans. It's what we want to see.
Yeah, Cole pointed it out a few rounds ago. He does look slightly tighter at the two, Wardley. And we talk about, you know, what happens when you do start to fatigue and you lose your shape. It's so important that you stay switched on it. You don't offer any openings to your opponent. Someone of the class of Parker.
There's that right round the side, back of the head, chipping away. 42 knockouts between this pair.
That was good from Parker there, because Wardley was just looking for a bit of a rest, and Parker seen that and jumped on him.
Again, stabbing to the body. Wardley is Parker a tad more organised. Fascinating this, it really is. Big fight night in London, big one in Riyadh, November the 22nd. Ring 4, arguably the best card of the year. Benavidez, Yarn, Haney, Norman, Barry's favourite, Baron Rodriguez, and a sleeper on the card, Mason and Noakes. I really like that one.
Yeah, honestly, the card's fantastic. And so is this fight right now. It's brilliant.
You're right there, Darren. You're spot on there. He threw that right hand Parker, and Wallin just took the sting of it, just rode the shot really well.
Yeah, that could have been different if that was full purchase on the shot, because it was well timed, accurate, sharp.
Corners, 10 seconds.
You're the champ. You're the champ, says Paddy Donovan. Tyson Fury, Moses Ituma, Daniel Dubois, all in that front row, watching on in this exciting heavyweight landscape. Who is going to get the shot at Alexander Usyk? Joseph Parker into the 8th round. 40th fight in his long career, Fabio Wardley. It's his 21st, and remember, he's never tasted defeat.
That's a lovely jab to the body from Parker, sharp. Didn't pour the shot out. That's the right hand, though. He was looking earlier to set that right hand up. He was feinting, trying to draw the lead out of Parker. I love the way he turns his body to the left, almost away from the shot of Parker.
He throws the same right hand all the time, Wally, and why wouldn't you? It works almost every time he throws it. But if I like to see him turn the shoulder sometimes and punch right down the middle. See how that works out for him.
I spent a fair bit of time with Fabio Wardley in Ipswich, and he's very comfortable in his skin. He's really maturing into this boxing business. I mean, he played a bit of football. He was a recruitment consultant. He never thought he was going to do anything like this. It's all just a bonus. And he's learning.
And surprising himself all the time.
I mean that story, though, I think now, all that's done. He thinks he's the best. He believes he's the best now.
He just said something to Parker in there as he misses with a 1-2. Parker back with the right hand. I wonder if Wardley feels that Parker can't really hurt him.
Tell you what he's done for the last minute or so. He's worked well behind the jab. He's been very busy, sharp, not offered many openings.
There's the jab again from Wardley. The more solid technique maybe from Joe Parker, but good work from Wardley again.
Yeah, nice fluency with that jab, and then nice snappy left hand.
Oh, just misses by a whisker, but Ben Davison liked that in the corner. Taken Parker out of his rhythm.
Well, the way he punches long there, Ward, it's hard to counter back, so you can almost get away with having a go.
Game jab to the body. It's been a good round this for Fabio Wardley.
Yeah, he's fought one back here, hasn't he, Wardley? Pretty much all because of that lead hand.
Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, just nice boxing. Good rhythm from Wardley. And he looks confident here. Just out of sorts in that round, Joseph Parker.
Just keep simple boxing, okay? Basic simple boxing. Run that round again. Get easy, okay? Keep your shape. Don't get greedy with it. And keep your basic boxing.
What a setting. We love the O2, we love the York Hall 8 days ago, and the bagels afterwards in Brick Lane. But I tell you what, the O2 has dished up a real treat here. Barry Jones, who wins the fight?
In this division, how can you say who's going to win the fight? You can say who thinks winning the fight. I mean, but it's very close now. I think Wallin pulled one back there.
Darren Barker, who is victorious here.
You've got to sneak the work out when you
Right now, Parker's edging it, but you just cannot switch up it.
Carl Frampton, who wins this fight?
Who wins it? I'm not sure. I do have Parker in front at the minute, but that was a great round from Fabio. He used his jab really well, inflicting it from that kind of hip position, but it's all to play for. I have Joe in front here, but Fabio's looking good.
Isn't that what we want? No one really sure what happens next. 4 rounds to go. Joseph Parker just trying to get himself back together after a poor 8th. Probably in front.
Yeah, that's feint first, then that left hook, then you can follow the right hand through for Joseph Parker. And I think he's got to try and get busy behind his jab now. It was outworked in round 8. Good work with the hooks.
Great stuff from Parker.
Blistering speed as well.
Yeah, good speed and doubling, trebling up with that left hand. He needs more of that.
But I
good
also,
work.
Sorry, I also thought it was good feet as well there from Wardley. I think he got caught with a few good shots, but he got on his toes, got himself out of trouble a little bit.
Taking instruction from the corner mid-round, Fabio Wardley. Parker looking better in the 9th.
Do you think Parker needs to be just a little bit busier?
Do you think he's coming a bit heavy, Parker?
Yeah, I seen the theory behind it, maybe, but yeah, maybe. I mean, carrying a lot of weight. In a fight that if he's had a tyre, you've got all that weight to carry about, it's going to be a problem. But
I was surprised seeing him on the scales at 262. Andy Lee just brushed it off, but good right hand from Fabio Wardley. Again looking for that 1-2. Parker gets back, good shot. Left hook from Wardley. A minute to go in the 9th round. And Joseph Parker is finding the hooks here to unsettle Wardley. But remember, Wardley will be dangerous with his back to the wall.
he's most dangerous when he's hurt. Oh, lovely jab there from Parker.
Beautiful work in this round from Joseph Parker.
I'll tell you what, his powers of recovery, it's incredible.
Heavyweight Nigel Benn, isn't he?
What incredible training, conditioning, courage with these heavyweights. How has there not been a knockdown?
Oh, lovely there from Parker again.
He's reading that head movement, isn't he, Wardley?
Always goes to the same side, Darn. I think if Joe brings that left hook and a chopping right hand and just continue to throw it left, right.
Body shots back from Wardley in a terrific 9th round here at the O2. Parker has Wardley hurt, but Wardley finishing strong. What a cracking 3 minutes. Whatever happens, Fabio Wardley has proved his worth tonight.
Yeah, and some, he really has. It's brilliant work. Just at times they just smothered his work a little bit, Parker, but you've got to give Fabio Wardley so much credit there.
Oh, look at that. He did the right thing though, Parker, first, because he hit with a good shot. He took that step to the right to take away the right hand of Wardley, but he got too close and then threw over the top of his head. He just missed out, he's all wasted a bit of energy.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Boxing better now, Joseph Parker. Carl, but it's still seesawing.
Yeah, look, there's a few rounds that are close and you can make an argument for both guys getting it. I do have Joe in front, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Fabio. And like the boys have said, his powers of recovery are incredible. It looked like Joe at the end of that round needed to take a bit of a rest. So Fabio's certainly in this fight.
3 ahead on Carl's unofficial card. The 3 judges at ringside. Should it go 12? I mean, who'd have thought that after 2, 3, 4 rounds? Both have been hurt at various times. Parker just keeping himself together.
Hand zone. 3 rounds ahead for Parker.
This the round that Fabio Wardley found that shot from the Ipswich gods to lay out just as heavy. And this time, Joe Parker finds maybe a weapon that comes home. Just looks stunned there momentarily, Wardley.
Even that shot, that made him stand up straight. And then he recovered almost straight away.
Here comes Joe Parker. Trying to finish the job.
Yeah, like we said, he's really starting to read that movement of Wardley moving to his right-hand side.
It's clever from Parker, but Wardley will still believe that one shot can change it.
Until the very last second, he'll believe that.
The problem is, though, Parker needs a rest. He's landing with the shots he's winning the round, but he's the one who needs a rest just as much as Wardley. That's a lovely jab.
Yeah, quality there from Joe Parker. Just has that edge in experience and pedigree and boxing well now.
Do you know what I think's been the difference the last few rounds? Not the last one, the one before that and this round for Parker is he's hooking off the jab more than he was.
And that's like, as I say, he's trying to catch it, isn't he, with the right hand, the jab, Wardley. And it just opens up that right-hand side for the left hook.
Oh, good shot there. Countering Parker back to the right side.
How is he taking these shots?
What a chin shot, Fabio Wardley. How has he not gone down in the 10th round? Parker going for it. Wardley says, come on then, let's have it.
This is class.
Oh, back he comes. Fabio Wardley now. Big left hand. Parker takes it. Stunning stuff. End of the 10th. And now it's Wardley who has Parker rocking and rolling. Oh my word, this is sensational. Ben's gonna come and save Joe Parker. Wow, wow, wow.
Heavyweight boxing.
Incredible. Joe Parker just sat down on the stool and smiled. I mean, come on.
Parker has a great chin. Wardley should be asleep. And no chance. How was he awake? Some of those shots he took there, he just showed him off when they were nothing. It was unbelievable. And then to come back after that and finish it on the way he did is nothing short of extraordinary.
That's the thing, it's the way he fires back. You think he's spent, you think he's gone, you think he's completely damaged, and he just fires back.
I thought the 10th round of Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe's first fight was the best I've ever seen at heavyweight. I tell you what, it might not be as good as that, but that 10th round there was absolutely brilliant. Now, what happens next? Last 6 minutes. Who wins this fight, Carl Frampton?
I have no idea, boys. I really don't. I mean, Fabio Wardley, we talked about chins a few weeks ago when we seen Dave Allen's, but I mean, this guy's chin is unbelievable.
Cut. Parker's cut, Carl, as well.
Inside the left though as well, I think.
Still Wardley looks fairly fresh. He's being outboxed. But he's getting to him now.
Yeah, they're really waving him on. Fabio Wardley, Ben Davison, Lee Wiley. Be active, be busy.
Oh, I mean, they were supposed to be knacking though, pair of them.
Joe Joyce watching on at ringside, and this is where he got to Joe Parker, right at the end of their fight. Can Fabio Wardley do the same?
That's bothering him, that cut.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but it's annoying him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the inside, isn't it? It's going into the eye.
Too late to worry about that.
Oh,
from Wardley! And this could be curtains for Joe Parker. He swings a left hand, but Wardley's all over him. Parker's in danger of being stopped here in the 11th round. It's all Fabio Wardley. This is the opportunity of his life.
He's got a hold, he's got a grab hold of Fabio Wardley.
Wardley's going to slow down here. Take your shots, you've got him going here.
Nothing back from Parker. Howard Foster's going to step in any second. He gets one hook off. But Wardley now. It's all Fabio Wardley with a seismic shock in one of the great heavyweight battles you will see. That unbeaten and somehow has the opportunity of challenging for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Wow!
I'm going home. See you later. That was too much for me. I'm too old. I can't. That's too much excitement.
Physically shattering, even watching that.
It was unbelievable. What a fight, what a night.
Thomas will make it official. The win of Fabio Wardley's 8-year professional journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 54 seconds of round number 11. Our referee in charge, Howard Foster, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, and new